Good morning. A warm welcome to Lake Club, Kolkata. Our program of the day is a one-day workshop on good practices in quality control as per revised Schedule M. This workshop is being organized under the auspices of the Central Drug Standard Control Organizations and in association with Indian Drug Manufacturers Association, Chapter West Bengal, and the Directorate of Drugs Control, Govt of West Bengal. The fusion of three great institutions bring to Kolkata a program of grand eminence. I would request the audience to please settle down, and we will be starting our day's program. Thank you. I'm really grateful for this great audience. We have a lovely audience of more than 260 people here. I would request, due to paucity of space, to please keep your voices down at the back so that everybody might get a fair hearing. I would request everybody to please take your seats and let us start our day's program. May I welcome on the dais our past National President, Managing Director, Stassenberg Pharmaceutical, Shri Deepnath Roy Chaudhary. A big round of applause for him, please. May I call onto the dais Shri Dara Bhai Patel, Secretary General, IDMA. He has flown down specially for this program from Mumbai. We welcome him to the City of Joy. May I call on to the dais Shri Rothindranath Roy, Deputy Director, Directorate of Drugs Control, Govt of West Bengal. Sir is a guest of honor in our program, and at a very short notice has agreed to grace the occasion. May I call on to the dais our Deputy Drugs Controller India, CDSCO East Zone, Shri Arup Chatterjee sir, who has been a great support behind this program. Thank you. So, without any further ado, we will be starting our program of the day. May I request everybody to please rise for the national anthem, Indian national anthem.
पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. I would request the audience to remain standing for the IDMA anthem.
ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय धन्वन्त कलशहस्ताय सर्वामय विनाशनाय त्रैलोक्यनाथाय श्रीमहाविष्णवे नमः। स्वस्थ भारत की है वजह जग में अपनी सेवाएं,
हर जगह हम विश्व में दिखते हैं चारों दिशाएं।
जख्मों पे रखते हैं हम जब स्नेह भरा मरहम, बढ़ते हैं अपनी तरफ विश्वास के लाखों कदम।
सारी दुनिया में देखो लहराए आज अपना परचम।
IDMA, 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 IDMA. कुछ वर्ष पहले हम सबको दूसरों का था आसरा, फार्मा और ड्रग की दुनिया में हम अब है तीसरा।
हमें देश पे और देश को अब हम पे नाज है, हिंदुस्तान का इसलिए दुनिया पे राज है।
आ जाए जो देश में कोई विपदा की घड़ी, IDMA हरदम तेरे पीछे है खड़ी। सबकी आशाएं सबकी उम्मीदें अब हमसे है जुड़ी। IDMA, 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 IDMA.
Thank you. I would request the entire audience to understand that we have a very packed schedule for the day, and we have very interesting presentations by very eminent people who have come all the way from Mumbai and other places, Hyderabad, to enrich us. So I would request everybody to please bear with us, and we have a very big audience today. So please maintain a little bit of silence in the hall while we are presenting the entire session. Thank you. So without any further delay, may I welcome onto the stage Shri Deepnath Roy Chaudhary sir for his welcome address. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good morning. Mr. Narayan Swarup Nigam, he's not come as yet, the IAS Principal Secretary to the Government of West Bengal, Department of Health and Family Welfare. Mr. Arup Chatterjee, Deputy Drugs Controller India, CDSCO East Zone. Mr. Rothendranath Ray, Deputy Director, Director of Drugs Control and Licensing Authority. Dara B. Patel, Secretary General IDMA. Other members of regulatory authorities. Speakers for today's workshop. Distinguished guests. Colleagues from industry, ladies and gentlemen. I have great pleasure in welcoming you to the workshop on good practices in quality control organized by CDSCO, Director of Drugs Control West Bengal, and IDMA. A customary few words about IDMA. We are a premier national association of 1,000+ pharma manufacturers with our headquarters in Mumbai, office in Delhi, and state boards in different parts of the country. IDMA has been in the forefront of making our nation self-sufficient in the manufacturing of drugs and pharmaceuticals, and is appropriately known as the voice of the national sector. IDMA truly represents the entire spectrum of the pharma industry, be it formulations, APIs, or exports in the small, medium, and large sectors. IDMA is respected by the authorities and policymakers because of our knowledge and credibility. IDMA has always believed in best practices and sharing of knowledge. Indian Drugs, Pharmaceutical Analyst Convention, Quality Excellent Awards, they all reflect the ethos and value system of IDMA. India is recognized globally as a dependable source for the supply of quality, affordable medicines, and is therefore known as the pharmacy of the world. But with recognition comes responsibility, and revised Schedule M is a step in that direction. Implementing revised Schedule M by the industry is indeed a challenging task, but it is also a fact that many of the apprehensions are due to inadequate knowledge. The idea of workshops such as this is to prepare ourselves better to be able to overcome these challenges. We must upgrade our knowledge and prepare a roadmap to address relevant points so that we can successfully graduate to the next level of regulatory compliance. IDMA has been conducting workshops across the country in collaboration with CDSCO to educate and sensitize members about key issues related to technical and regulatory matters. To conclude, the Indian pharmaceutical industry has indeed made the country proud over the years. At this juncture, there is a need for stronger collaboration between industry, government, and regulatory agencies. We will work with the government and authorities, regulators, to ensure quality, affordability, and accessibility. The topics for this program have been carefully planned to cover important aspects. With an excellent lineup of knowledgeable speakers, I am sure you will benefit greatly from this workshop. I congratulate CDSCO for conceptualizing this workshop. I thank Director of Drugs Control West Bengal for their involvement and participation, and IDMA Chapter West Bengal for efficiently organizing it. I will fail in my duty if I do not record my deep appreciation for the efforts of Siddhartha Paul, Prabhas Bandhu Chakraborty, Shivsagar Tiwari, and the staff of Mandine, Paulsons, and Strassenberg in organizing today's show. I wish the workshop all success. May all of us have a successful and fulfilling year ahead. May God bless us all.
Thank you, Deepnanda, for those wonderful words. May we start acting upon them, and under your guidance, let us go forward. Our next, I would request Shri Dara Patelji, Secretary General IDMA, to grace our program with a few welcome words.
Thank you, Joy. So it's always a pleasure being in Kolkata. We have a very vibrant state board here. And the credit goes to all those people whose names Deepna ji just mentioned. But he is the main sutradhar of this state board. And that's why he is very popularly known as Dada. And Dada means different things in India. So thank you very much, Deepnaji, for your guidance. The protocol has already been set, so I would not like to take your time on that. All the dignitaries on the DS, speakers, members of IDMA, and all those who are watching us and following us virtually, members of the press, the organizers, members of CDSCO, the DCGI's office, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and privilege to welcome all of you once again. Those present physically here especially, you've taken your time off, and those who have joined us virtually. What a wonderful topic we have here today. Good practices in quality control as per revised Schedule M. The event is jointly organized by CDSCO, IDMA Chapter West Bengal, and the Directorate of Drugs Control, Government of West Bengal, as part of our ongoing commitment to evaluating and ensuring that everybody knows what is in it for them by following the revised Schedule M. Almost 10-15 years ago, Mr. Mudda will agree with me, when we started professing US FDA as a major regulator in the world, everybody was afraid, and they considered it as something not part of us. But now today, India is proud to have maximum number of US FDA approved plants other than US. So I'm sure this anxiety that all of you have will be removed once you listen to our worthy speakers, that this is part of our lives. And if we want to give our people the best medicines, quality medicines, which are efficacious and affordable, there is no choice but we have to fall in line with the revised Schedule M. And I'm sure together we will meet this challenge. Our National President Bharat Shah extends his best wishes for a successful and enriching workshop. The workshop marks the final installment of a significant initiative that began in 2024, demonstrating our unwavering dedication to strengthening the pharmaceutical manufacturing practice in implementation of the revised Schedule M. Over the past year, CDSCO and IDMA have hosted a series of transformative workshops focusing on critical aspects of pharmaceutical manufacturing and quality management, offering an invaluable platform for knowledge exchange and industry advancement. CDSCO, in collaboration with IDMA, has organized 11 workshops across India from October 23 to March 24. For the financial year 24-25, it was decided to conduct one-day regional workshops across India for dissemination of revised Schedule M. These workshops were held in a hybrid mode to reach a wider audience, and I am proud to share that a significant number of participants attended the workshops held between 23 and 24, a total number of 17 workshops. Our nationwide series of workshops commenced from May 25 in Bengaluru with an in-depth exploration of product and process knowledge. This was followed by a session on pharmaceutical quality systems in Baddi. We then turned our focus on quality culture in Daman on September 21st, 24, before addressing the critical topic of vendor validation and audit in Ahmedabad on November 30th. Most recently, on January 18th in Visakhapatnam, we discussed good practices in production, a subject of immense importance for ensuring regulatory compliance and the safety of medicines. Today, as we conclude this series with good practices in quality control, we strengthen the foundational principles that uphold pharmaceutical excellence. Moreover, these measures reinforce our unwavering commitment to being patient-centric. It is my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you, especially our speakers for the day. And mind you, as I said, this is the last of the series, So it all depends on these worthy speakers to make the final impact on the audience. Mr. Mudda, the Chairman, Regulatory Affairs Committee of IDMA and MD of Misom Laboratories, Malta. Dr. Milind Joshi, the Vice Chairman, Quality Management and Technical Committee, IDMA, and Professor of Practice at Ram Narayan Ruya Autonomous College, Mumbai. Dr. B.M. Rao, PhD, CEO, Govt Associates, Hyderabad. Shri Jaideep Chhatrapati, Director and Principal Computer System Compliance Consultant at Ingendico Technologies Private Limited. These are all handpicked, excellent, renowned speakers. So please pay your attention when they are speaking and ask as many questions as you can, time permitting, because unless you have a proper interaction with the speakers, they will not be able to do justice addressing us and coming here all the way from their hometowns. A special mention and heartfelt thanks to Dr. Ishwara Reddy, whose vast experience and commitment guided us to meet our commitment towards these successful training programs. And I'm sure he's here with us virtually and giving us all his good wishes. Throughout the journey, we have explored quality culture, good manufacturing practices, data integrity and compliance, failure investigation, and vendor validation. And today we focus on good practices in quality control, reinforcing that compliance is not merely a regulatory obligation, but the very foundation of trust, safety, and excellence in pharmaceuticals. As we embark today and our discussions, let us remember, quality is not an act, it is a habit. Together, through collaboration and commitment, we are shaping the future of the pharmaceutical excellence in India and strengthening our nation's standing as a global leader in healthcare. Building trust is essential, and when we achieve it, people will naturally follow. We must not only comply with quality norms, but also be perceived as upholding the highest standards to create a lasting impact. By extending our reach, we can strengthen India's position as a global leader in producing high-quality medicines benefiting not just our nation, but patients across the globe. Through active engagement, we foster a win-win approach, ensuring excellence in healthcare while remaining patient-centric. We are indeed thankful to our DCGI, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, and his team for their continuous support and involvement. Thank you to CDSCO, the Directorate of Drugs Control, Government of West Bengal, our organizing team, esteemed speakers, and all participants for your dedication. Let's make this workshop a truly transformative experience. I'm sure today's deliberations will be very enlightening, and thank you once again for being here with us. Jai Ho to the pharmaceutical industry in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Daraji, for those wonderful words. The most cheerful we always hear in a day. So, our next address will be by our guest of honor, Shri Rothindranath Roy, Deputy Director, Directorate of Drugs Control, West Bengal, and the licensing authority. So may I request, sir, to please come to the stage and share a few words of wisdom.
Good morning. I would like to extend my heartfelt greetings to the esteemed organizer, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. It is an immense honor and privilege city of Kolkata, the city the vibrant city of joy to address this seminar on good practices in quality control as per revised Schedule M. Kolkata, the city of Acharya Prafullo Chandra Ray, often called the father of Indian chemistry, who established BCPL in the year 1901, who was the first Indian company to produce quality drugs, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, and household products using indigenous technology, provides the perfect backdrop of our discussion. The pharmaceutical industry plays a vital role in safeguarding public health. Our commitment to delivering safe and effective and high-quality medicines is paramount. In this context, revised Schedule M represents a significant step forward, aligning our practice with global standards and ensuring patient safety by strengthening quality risk management through implementing a systemic approach to identifying, assessing, and mitigating and reviewing risks across the product life cycle. Enhance pharmaceutical quality system by ensuring a robust documentation, change control, deviation management, and suppliers qualification. Data integrity and traceability by emphasizing the importance of accurate and reliable data to support decision-making and regulatory compliance. Focus on process validation and continuous improvement, embracing a live approach to validation and fostering a culture of continuous improvement to drive operational excellence. These are not merely regulatory requirements, they are fundamental principles underpin the entire life cycle of the pharmaceutical products. The successful implementation of revised Schedule M requires a collaborative effect from all the stakeholders. These include pharmaceutical manufacturers by investing in training, infrastructure, and technology to ensure compliance, and regulatory authorities by providing clear guidance and support to the industry, quality professionals by creating a culture of quality and continuous improvement. We must remember that compliance is not a destination but a journey. Continuous learning, adaptation, and commitment to excellence are essential for navigating the evolving regulatory landscape. This seminar will provide a valuable platform for knowledge sharing and discussion. I would like to request you to actively participate and engage with the experts and contribute to the collective efforts of strengthening our pharmaceutical quality system. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Jyotindranath Roy sir, for these wonderful words of collaboration, and that compliance is not a end point, it's a journey. Very wonderful words. I hope everybody follows this guidance and goes forward in their compliance activities. Our next address will be by our guest of honor, Sri Arup Cheriji sir, Deputy Drugs Controller India, CDSCO East Zone, Kolkata, a very key figure in organizing today's presentations. Please let us have a round of applause to welcome him. Please, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, fellow colleagues from the industry, and fellow colleagues from our regulatory authorities. Good morning, everyone. It is a very this is a very important gathering for discussing a very important topic today regarding the good practices on the quality control. The topic that we choose here is the practice. The very important one here is the important word is practice. As we discuss this topic through various eminent speakers that has been chosen by IDMA, we will see that, and as we have seen throughout our various inspections and various audits throughout the day, throughout our day-to-day activity in regulatory work, we have seen that the practice, there are plants, those plants are very well-equipped plants, we find very well-equipped plants, but the practice is missing here in various aspects. So we learn how to get into the habit of practice, how to build the how to maintain the good practice into the into our lifestyle, into the day-to-day activity of our operation, because India is known as the pharmacy of the world, and by the volume we are one-third. We supply about one-third of the medicine to the world. About 60% of the vaccine that is exported to world is from India. And WHO is very much interested for pre-qualifying India as a whole for exporting medicines to other countries. Already India is pre-qualified for export of vaccines, but WHO is also interested in getting other pre-qualification of Indian other formulations to for export of other countries to from India to other countries. Suppose for example, as you may not know, if anyone wants to export anti-TB products, anti-TB formulations, and if that is or anti-HIV formulations, and that has to be, and if that UNICEF or WHO wants to procure that has to be, that plant has to be pre-qualified by WHO. And actually this type of necessity brought us here about the necessity for the change of revision of the Schedule M. And the Schedule M that we are discussing here, the revised Schedule M and the principles that we have different changes that we have built into this, that quality risk management, data integrity, pharmacovigilance, equipment validation, supply chain management, that was not there in the earlier Schedule M. That was somewhat that was there, but not that much thoroughly, but not much stressed into that Schedule M. That has been specifically built into this Schedule M, and this helped us. This helped the manufacturers. We believe that this will help the manufacturer to build a product which is much more of consistent quality. The product which will go into the market which will have consistent product consistent quality, and also Indian product that is going to the international market will have a consistent quality, and Indian product will and the product will uphold the image of India as a whole, because not only if the product which is exported from India fails, and any international complaints comes from any country, and that goes into the media. So any one or two international complaint, if that goes to the media, the whole pharmaceutical industry as a whole gets a setback. So that type of setback we have to prevent, because that export is a very big turnover for our country. And because by enhancing GMP, we are trying to build the quality into the product, and not only by GMP, and we are also, whenever we are trying to compete with we are trying to export the product, we are trying to compete with other companies, other international companies, and we are also aligning, we are trying to aligning with us with WHO, PICS, ICH, and all these international standards. So by having compliance, we can essentially have a I can say we can have a peaceful life by having compliance. We can have a because whenever there is less chance of failure of a product, we can face less chance of regulatory action, and we know that whatever product we are releasing in the market, that will not fail and will face less chance of regulatory action, because regulatory actions are also getting more and more stringent, because newer revisions into the regulatory actions has become quite stringent. So I think no manufacturer will like to have that kind of, like to face that kind of regulatory action. And also, in case of any adverse reaction from that any product going into the market, and that any product that is substandard, and any adverse event like death or something, I think that that type of recall or pharmacovigilance monitoring program, that should be, and that every company should have a process like that to recall and address that type of product problems promptly. So that we have seen recently a lot of complaint in the market regarding some LVP products, and we had faced a lot of challenge in recalling and getting the exact status of the product on the market, and where the products were circulated and all these things. So getting such type of mechanism inbuilt into the system is actually helps the manufacturer to get its system streamlined, much more streamlined. So now actually what I am trying to say is that GMP or any type of new norms and regulations, this type of system is not, this type of regulation is not anymore. This is not a optional requirement. You have to comply. If you are in the business of manufacturing of drug, manufacturer has to comply. This is no more a optional thing. And moreover, the practice of shortcut, that is a human nature, that has to be discarded. Actually, that is the most problematic thing that we have found in different audits. That okay, in BMR we see that okay, we will fill that later, and many parts we have found that in the during inspection that have not filled, and that leads to data integrity issues and all these things. That is the main challenge in the data integrity things. That the practice has to be built into our system, good practice and good habits. So GMP, compliance to GMP or any updated regulatory systems is not anymore a optional option. Any manufacturer has to comply to them, and government is already committed for assistance to the manufacturers. And you may already know that how much is government committed, because government along with IDMA is getting full-fledged support to us, and even we have started this kind of seminar before this notification was finalized. We did a seminar here in Kolkata, and government is fully supported, and government is also extended the timeline for implementation of this Schedule M. till for below 250 crore for turnover companies with turnover of below 250 crore till 31st December, subject to submission of some data. So I think with these words, I will find that more and more companies will gear up and adhere to and try to face the challenges and adhere to the revised Schedule M, and we will meet in the new era of the new Schedule M. With these words, I end my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful words. So, ladies and gentlemen, Shri Narayan Sarup Nigam sir has been a bit held up a bit. So, we will be moving the program forward, and we will be going into our technical session without any delay. So, may I request the dignitaries on the dais to please join the audience and so, may I request the dignitaries on the dais to please join the audience, and we will be starting our technical session. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the privilege and honor to introduce our next speaker. May I call to the dais Shri S.M. Mudda, Chairman, Regulatory Affairs Committee, IDMA, Managing Director, MySom Labs, to take his session on Pharmaceutical Quality System, the philosophy behind the GMPs. May I request Mr. Mudda to come onto the stage. One minute. The gentleman in IDMA circles actually need no introduction. Personally, I have seen him as one of the most knowledgeable people in the industry. So it's my privilege to introduce his achievements over the years, a small little snapshot of his total career. Mr. S.M. Mudda is a pharmacy graduate and a postgraduate diploma in management studies, has 45 years in pharmaceutical manufacturing and quality management experience. He has held several leadership roles at Microlabs Limited, and he has currently founded MySom Labs Limited, an EU GMP certified testing lab in Malta. He chairs the IDMA Regulatory Affairs Committee and advises leading Indian firms as a mentor. He is instrumental in drafting most of IDMA's quality-related appeals and petitions to the Government of India, and which are quite extensive. And he is also the president, or former president of NSF Health Sciences Asia Pacific, and he has hosted more than 70 GMP inspections and contributed to the regulatory compliances. As far as the NSF Health Sciences Asia Pacific is concerned, he has also run a program under NSF as a quality management program, under which a lot of young professionals have been trained in the country. And he has also authored several books, written industry articles, and spoken at global pharma forums. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce our next speaker, Sri S.M. Mudda, on the topic of the philosophy behind the GMPs, the pharmaceutical quality system. Thank you.
West Bengal Chapter of IDMA, my co-speakers and the audience. So it is my pleasure to be here to talk on a topic which was decided last minute. So while we were preparing for the program here, as you see, the theme of the program was good practices in quality control. The workshop was designed for that as the last one in the series. But at the request of the local organizing committee, particularly Deepnathji and Mr. Paul, Siddharth Paul, they said that we should wrap up. This is the last session in the workshop, and we should wrap up by adding some important topics, giving the overview of what this revised Schedule M is all about. And that is how you will see where we have added two presentations to begin with. One is on the pharmaceutical quality system, and another one is on the quality risk management. And in the afternoon session, we will be talking about quality control. Now, why did we choose this topic? Because it is not about GMP. Like, ever since the Schedule M was notified, the revised Schedule M has raised many questions, some of the concerns and some uncertainties. So the industry is apprehensive whether we'll be able to comply with the revised requirements or not, and this doubt goes on and on. And as Mr. Deepnathji said in his opening speech, we need to really understand what is involved in Schedule M and clear our doubts. If I make a statement which is a little bold and provocative, that it is not about Schedule M, it is about something else. Schedule M, we know, in fact, all the global GMP standards that we claim to follow are the same. This is the statement I'm trying to make. There is no difference between the then Schedule M and the present FDA, because in our mind, we have created this kind of hierarchy of standards where we believe that one is more superior than other and one is more stringent than other. It is not about that. It is about how they are implemented. What mechanisms you follow to implement the Schedule M is what we are talking. Therefore, revised Schedule M, to allay all apprehensions, fears in your mind, is not something out of the world, something prescribed that cannot be done by us, and something very difficult to comply. That is not the case. It is just that it has a lot of elaboration about the requirements that you have been already following, without which we wouldn't be, for no reason, the third largest manufacturer of the world, supplying to 220 countries in the world. So what does it mean? The then Schedule M, the way it was implemented by leading companies, by adopting their own approaches in implementing Schedule M, brought us to the stage where we are today. Therefore, my appeal to all of you is that let us allay all apprehensions about the revised Schedule M being more difficult than the previous one. So that is not the case. What it is teaching us is an approach to be adopted for compliance with GMP. So it is now giving us a prescription as to how do we make our compliance sustainable, consistent, and scalable. What we could not do over a period of time. If you ask me, this has been a challenge across the world for all the companies. So it is not about the standard alone, it is the manner in which we implement them. So it is a challenge for the regulators, challenge for the industry. But India has really done well in last 3 decades, more particularly last 2 decades, where we became third largest, and with all numbers known, as Dara said, highest number of FDA-approved facilities outside of US in India. So we have all those credentials available to us. Then why are we afraid of what is coming in our way as a challenge for us? It is not. On the contrary, if you ask me, my slide shows GMP to quality system. If you see the title, what I've chosen, Pharmaceutical Quality System, the philosophy behind the GMPs. This is the concept, this is the philosophy. Any practice that is implemented without understanding the concept behind the practice doesn't become sustainable, because it is limited to the event, to the issue which is around us, and we comply, we come out. But we do not know next time what will happen to us. So what we have been doing as an industry, and this is the issue with all the developing nations who are trying to get into those global standards set by, say, US FDA or European standards. Again, I'm maintaining standards are the same. The manner in which we implement, the manner in which we assess our abilities, that has changed. And what Schedule M has done, Schedule M has given that kind of guidance to us as to how do we make our approach different than what it was in last 2 or 3 decades that we followed, and make sure that we make it normal, easy, rewarding, and consistent. I think that's all about the Schedule M and going beyond. And if you see the history of Indian companies who have become today big, you'll realize that they surpassed the Schedule M standards much before everyone thought, and they adopted voluntarily global standards. Therefore, they are there. But you'll see a contradiction in that, and I'm making this statement with a lot of responsibility. Unfortunately, none of these big companies could maintain those standards, and they are failing often. In fact, I told that in one of my talks that compliance with GMPs in India is consistently inconsistent. So we're not able to maintain the standards that we achieved earlier, even for the larger companies. In fact, it is understandable when small companies, people come and talk to us. If big companies are failing FDA standards, how will we pass? Do we have any chance? I'm telling you, because you are small, that's your strength. You will definitely be able to do, because what is missing when we become big, we lose the management bandwidth, we lose the focus on our system, the system bandwidth becomes small, and we are not able to maintain a system to comply with the GMP consistently, which we already know. So point I'm making is that the revised Schedule M doesn't expect anything extraordinary from you before I begin into this, and my slides will show that. But we need to really introspect and understand what did GMPs mean to us? How did we implement GMP so far? What is the way forward, which many companies adopted, and how successfully demonstrated that? What is the future for us? Can we stay away from this? No. If you see 2030, our turnover is going to be 150 billion, 2047, 500 billion. So how can any one of us from India be in a position to miss the opportunity? We cannot miss the opportunity. It's for all of us. There is a big global opportunity if you understand what is lying ahead of us as an opportunity rather than the challenge today. So considering what benefits are going to get, the challenge is minimal, and it is not about the physical facility, the investment, the capex, it is about the mindset, the approach. And this is exactly what we have been all learning. I'm going to present in my first 4 or 5 slides my journey from GMP to PQS. GMP, all we know. PQS we never considered as a requirement because it is still not part of an inspection mandate, inspection schedule. How you manage your place is left to you. It is not questioned during inspection. But the outcome of how you manage your place will be determined in inspection. And how you manage your place, I'm talking a colloquial general term, is your system. If you create a good pharmaceutical quality system, your compliance with GMP will be sustainable, scalable. That is the point. And this pharmaceutical quality system now has become part of the revised Schedule M. So willy-nilly, we'll all have to start thinking about it, open our mind, and see how we can reach there. I come from a small company, a regional company, when I started 45 years ago. Southern region company supplying to government and all that. From there to present state micro labs, I worked 34 years. We did not have any foreign consultants. We did not go abroad ourselves. We studied in India. We practiced something that is based on our values and patient centricity. If you do anything while manufacturing a pharmaceutical product, understanding that we are in a different sector, our responsibilities are higher, and we cannot violate the principles of working, the ethics of working. It's 2, 3, 4 things if you keep in mind, then you are already complying, and that is the history of many successful companies. Even in the recent times, I don't want to name companies because it might amount that I'm not appreciating the efforts of others. There are many mid-sized companies. In last 10 years, I have seen they have become global giants from where they were, and the only focus they had was on quality system. They always knew compliance is a temporary thing, and it is event-based. If you want to make sustainable system, and those who adopted the systems, they're successful. So that is the message. So let me start with my slides now. Yeah, before I begin actually slides, I wanted to give one message to all of you. In compliance, being small is not a disqualification. Likewise, being big is no automatic certification. It is not the size, but a strong quality system that ensures sustainability. So I think let's not worry about being our small, not having exposure to global world. It is actually not required. We know what we are doing, and therefore we are here. So with this background, I would like to start my slides. In the first part, I'm going to talk about our perceptions about GMP, what GMP is. So I made one provocative statement that GMPs world over are the same. I'm making one more bolder statement to say that we do not understand GMP yet, and therefore we're struggling there. So I'll prove to you why I say that. Only to, in a positive way, to understand what goes behind GMPs. What is the why behind how? What is the philosophy behind the practice? I'm using this term philosophy, concept, a framework, which is what is going to make our GMP compliance easy, normal, and rewarding. So let's go to a couple of slides to see what I say. Have you started this? No. So I say here a statement, a paradigm shift for scalable growth. So adoption of pharmaceutical quality system is our gateway for achieving scalable growth. If you want to grow in our industry, moving from GMP to quality system is given. Yes, I think we spoke in the morning. So new Schedule M definitely globally is going to give us a very good kind of respect in terms of enhancing our customer trust and bolstering brand reputation. As was told in my introduction, I do work in Europe. I have a business in Europe. We certify batches coming from India. And this revised Schedule M, the upgradation to global standards, has been taken as a very positive and welcome move by the Indian government. And world over, it is being really received very well, that there is a movement upwards in the country to meet the international standards. Is this working? Yeah, okay. You can hear me? Can you hear me, please? Yeah, so my point was that GMP to PQS, my own journey, it so happened in year 2009. I might take some time to build the background to give an assurance to you that it is all doable. In the year 2009, I was invited to speak in a conference in Chennai, developing India as a global outsourcing base for manufacturing. We were doing really well then. I mean, the exports were looking good. Big companies in India, they were establishing themselves. And in 2008, one particular episode happened. I can't name the company, but a very big company who we respected for the global standard. One of the reviews said, this was very painful to me as a pharmacist myself and observer of what is happening. We were really into benchmark ourselves against big companies and achieve standards, and clearly find it's hard to do the way. Then at the same time, I was invited to speak, just for this 3 systems, understanding what is going on. So as someone who is not support, then very good facilities in India, very good facilities. Very good systems and very good systems. The sustainability becomes. So what are the 4 key drivers which I realized in 2008? Introduction of continuous quality management system, consistent with global regulatory requirements and system changes. Continuous to merge the market requirements and the global regulatory experts requirements. We are now going to sustainable. Another thing is managing formation development and technology transfer following the concept of quality practices. So 2 things. One is focus on product quality as it is understood globally, and we'll speak on subsequent slides. And another is creating your own quality management system. That's very important. We cannot borrow a quality system of somebody else and plan it to your organization. It has to be created from within for yourself, fit for purpose. Depends upon what size you have, what market you can. So that is a clear message, and our journey from there continue. I continue to speak on this topic. This is only topic of my management pattern. Several places all over the world I have spoken, written articles. The whole thing was about my learning with pharmaceutical quality system, the philosophy and the practice. Need to develop higher order of thinking, higher order of processes. And several authors who wrote on systems approach in management itself, and many articles that you read, they were all directed towards that. It is not about GMP, it is about system. I think you have to know. So our journey continues from there, and today we are here that our own regulation has adopted the PQS as one of the basic requirements. It is not mind you a regulation, it is an expectation from you how to manage your business. So it is not a rule will fail by citing that example, but if you create a system of your own, create teams for maintaining that, you will have the sustainable growth. is GMP? Our skewed perceptions of GMP. So this was a visual given to my article when someone said that now in India, these are the big companies, big consultants coming and advising how to deal with failure. So one company told that we're going to hold board meetings in the manufacturing plant. We want to give importance to manufacturing plant. And I have to say, it is fine you are doing board meetings, but have you recognized the elephant in the boardroom? It is all about our not understanding GMP in its entirety. It is only in isolation. So if you want to take a part of GMP and want to improve, because inspector asked in 2012, 13, 14, 15, we were always being dragged by the inspectional findings, and our progress was directed towards achieving compliance rather than holistically treating the system. So understanding the animal in the room is understanding the quality system behind the practice. Whatever it is, fit for purpose, small or big, it is not so difficult to create your own quality system because guidance is available or wisdom is available. So this was the message, the skewed perceptions of GMP. And I realized that I've been talking 8 to 24. So what are we doing? We are just reminding each other. People don't need to be inspected, they need to be reminded. What is the reminder about? GMP, as the name suggests, is a practice. Practices are followed by tradition. My practice is not a good practice. People change companies, they bring their own practices. So we're still struggling to decide what is the right requirement of GMP in our plants. Who decides that? Who decides that? A new QA manager, a new production manager, or the management? Managements were hardly involved in this function because quality was always treated as an operational function. Even till it continues to be treated. It's never a management function. It's not a board function. So, if you have to create a quality system that should withstand global requirements, then it has to start from the top. That's what the new pharmaceutical quality system that we introduced and globally followed talks of 2 or 3 very important aspects. Focus on product quality, understanding product quality differently, management responsibility, creating a system, providing resources. It starts from the top. I think that concept came into this book. So, how a practice is known, why is it really known? Our compliance has always been risk averse, compliance oriented, short term. To gain an advantage or immediately getting over the situation is what we wanted to always do, and that's what we have been doing. And that's what I said, our compliance with GMP continues to be consistently inconsistent. It is very surprising to see that with a team of several global consultants coming together, we cannot deal with 1,483 and it ends up in warning later. With prior knowledge that the questions are going to us, answers are not able to give. Because overnight you cannot Create a culture, overnight you cannot create a system. You can only find quick fix solutions which are seen through. So no quick fix solution sustainable, regulators know by now. Therefore, with all the abilities, facilities, and global standing, we continue to struggle because we are not focusing still on the management part of the quality, that is quality system. And contributing factors are more behavioral than technical. Technical knowledge we do have. As I maintained, we are not worried about what GMPs are or technologies. We are really up ahead, better than many, many countries put together. But it is the behavioral part that I think we need to focus on. So our perception about quality is if you have a GMP certified facility, you have an approval of a product in the market of interest, then we have product quality. It is not. Product quality is completely different. I'm going to speak in subsequent slides. And therefore, if you incentivize these outcomes, that somebody got an approval, so he gets recognized, rewarded. Somebody got a product approved, so you have permission to market, you get recognized. But in reality, when you want to take the product to manufacturing facility, transfer the technology and knowledge to the place where people are working, all those operators, the managers and all that, there is the gap, and that gap has shown up. Product not being consistent in market, stability is failing. All these gaps are because of our perception about equating product quality with the compliances or approvals. Even regulators, what they are doing, how are the, basically I saw in last 10 years particularly. Maybe 12 to 15. Where shall I go? Acha, okay. Okay, yeah. Sorry. So, what regulators expect? They saw everything is fine. How do you handle your failures? Do you actually do the root cause investigation, find the cause, identify the contributing factors and correct them, or you find a way to convince us? If you're trying to convince us, we are not convinced. That's exactly how, and this is one of the very famous statements circulated world over of ex-FDA commissioner is that pharmaceutical quality management is lacking. Pharmaceutical quality management, the other name is pharmaceutical PQS. Pharmaceutical quality management is lacking, and we are not anywhere near where we need to be. And it seems as though industry's objective today is to continue to meet regulatory standards, which are minimal expectations. Compliance to any mandate is a minimal expectation. When we say we are complying, what are we doing? We are trying to fit into somebody's expectation. We don't want to do anything beyond that. But if you say adherence, adherence is voluntary, driven by our own passion, our own beliefs, and what we want to do for ourselves is adherence. But we all have gone into compliance mode because we want to meet somebody's expectations, and those are minimal. Versus adopting commitment to high quality medicines. Now, this is company's commitment as described in the company's quality policy coming from the top management. The whole outlook towards your GMP compliance changes the moment top management gets involved and creates its own quality system. How to create a PQS, those slides are there, I'll speak about that. Understanding the time I'm spending in the opening part, I really don't want to go too much into the Schedule M details. I have listed down 3 or 4 key elements. I'll touch briefly in the interest of time. Leave it to you because it's available for you to read. But how to understand those requirements and fit into the concept is what I'm trying to emphasize on. So, Deming very famously said 2 things. The only problems that have simple solutions are simple problems. Pharmaceutical industry is not simple. There are different systems, simple system, complicated system, complex system, and chaotic systems, 4 systems. Pharmaceutical industry falls in complex system. Complex system is the input-output. The outcome cannot be determined on the basis of what input goes. Outcome is determined by combined efforts of several people together, and we get to know the outcome after we have seen it. We can't predict the outcome, that is complex system. So just to explain, in pharmaceutical system, there are 6 systems. One is quality system, then there are 5, manufacturing, packing, quality control, material control, facility and equipment. A combination of all the factors put together, working under one umbrella, will decide the outcome, and we will know whether we failed or not only at the end of the outcome, not before that. And therefore, we cannot oversimplify the pharmaceutical challenges by telling that we will comply now immediately, we'll say yes, and we will see how it happens later on. The next day never comes because you will remain where you were earlier. I think this is what the message is, and Deming very famously said, who built Japanese industry after World War II, and he is the father of total quality management. He said very famously, 14 principles of quality management, and his one statement was, 94% of the business failures are system-driven and 6% are people-driven. So if you really identify the true contributing factors for failures, they're system-driven. So if you create a robust system, you will have no failures. And you don't have to really run behind the people. This is a point I'm making. In another statement, Deming has said that 85% of the work efficiency comes from the environment in which people work. So it is not about our being small, coming from a smaller place, not being thoroughly, globally exposed. It doesn't matter as long as you have got a good system. That is the message. So people do not contribute beyond 15% in terms of skills and beyond 6% in terms of system. So it is a company that decides, and the compliance becomes sustainable then. So quality systems approach for CGMP implementation. Now, this, I use the word implementation in my own word. This regulation came from US in 2000, I think this is stopped, in 2006. And what it said, quality systems approach for CGMP regulation. Because they found that it is impossible through inspections to regulate the quality globally. They had global failures, and they realized that unless managements create their own quality system, they proactively start complying, going beyond the minimum requirements prescribed in the law or in the books of standards, we will never be able to achieve quality. And this approach has taken roots from 2006 to today, in 2025, 18, 19 years globally. And this came as ICHQ10 later on, and now this becomes part of our Schedule M also. So from that standpoint, this is time for us to celebrate. And my journey of working towards this, I've been a practicing person even today. I've gone through all these evolving phases of success and failures, very few failures, but very, very sort of introspective learnings, 1 or 2 failures gave. And my key learning was this is what is the key. So if you adopt a systems approach, only then you will survive. Any part of the system taken out separately and improved will make the system complex, burdensome, rather than making it easy. So you cannot touch a system unless you have got a holistic view and you want to do a comprehensive change together. So, 3 dots, GMP and GMP, we know we have been doing it for decades. We have to move towards quality system. And there is an advantage, there is a bonus for us. And what is that? if you see the statement here, consistent implementation through PQS structure, GMPs cannot be implemented without having a PQS. In isolation, if you create a good practice, it has no longevity, it is event-based, and it will die its death after the event is over, purpose is over. But if you build through system and implement, it has sustainability. And how do you build a system? You build a system upfront, holistically, fit for your purpose and not in response to failures. A system cannot be created in response to failures. It has to be created based on your needs. So, reinventing the PQS, that is lean, agile, and robust, and culture of quality, implementing best-in-class PQS, plus focus on knowledge management, will lead to evolution of a quality culture. That is a benefit that comes out of that, and then you have a consistency in compliance altogether. So, all of us have to see whether these three dots are connected. We made our beginning with Schedule M way back in '84, then we upgraded in 2000. We are here today. We're still thinking, will you or will you not be able to maintain the standard? So my closing statement in this part of my presentation is that, yes, we'll be able to maintain. There is absolutely no difficulty in maintaining the GMP standards, except that we have to start focusing on creating a system. So what does revised Schedule M say? I've said PQS is the foundation of the revised Schedule M. So there are many chapters. I'm touching them briefly. Senior management has the ultimate responsibility to ensure that an effective pharmaceutical quality system is in place, is adequately resourced, and roles and responsibilities and authorities are defined, communicated, and implemented through the organization. An important statement, even limitation to the authorities, what people cannot do and what they can do. If you prescribe only and only then. Okay, fine, thank you. Yes, so another important concept here is product quality system, product realization, redefining product quality. Product realization is achieved by designing, qualifying, planning, implementing, maintaining, and continuously improving a system that allows the consistent delivery of the products with appropriate quality attributes. This is something I think all of us should take home and keep sort of rehearsing this, what this definition means. I'm skipping this slide to go to another slide. Yeah, so this, in my opinion, is the new aspirational definition of product quality. So it is not about delivering product that meets your standards of identity, purity, and strength, which is determined by testing, but it is something going beyond that. It meets the requirements of all the stakeholders. So, and it is delivered through a system that you create. You don't do any effort in adding quality, it evolves, and it says, establish, implement, and maintain a system that allows the delivery of products with the quality attributes appropriate to meet the needs of patients, healthcare professionals, regulatory authorities, and other internal external customers. So we as a manufacturer have a responsibility to fulfill expectations of all the stakeholders, including regulators. So that responsibility under systems approach comes to us and doesn't remain with the regulator. Regulators themselves cannot come and improve quality of your product unless you create your own system that fulfills everybody's expectation. That is the new definition, and this definition I've taken from ICH Q10. And rightly so, this is one statement I took from Mr. R.S. Ayer's presentation, Milind, some time ago, and I still carry 30 years ago, has written somewhere. Assurance of product quality is built on the solid foundation of product design. In other words, even before manufacture, the safety, efficacy, and stability of a product must be unambiguously established. So what does it say? If you do not have a good design of a product, GMPs will never add quality to it. They can spoil a good, well-developed product by having poor practices. So practices have a limitation. So we have to start from the design of the product. Now, I really do not want to sound demeaning anything, but you will understand our focus on product design has not been to the extent it is required to be there. And therefore, new Schedule M talks of product and process knowledge. That is the first workshop we had in Bangalore. And it really emphasizes the need for robust product development, seamless technology transfer, and ensuring product stability during design and not after manufacture. So unless there are parameters included in the product design, the criteria that are going to stand the scrutiny of the scale-up and commercial manufacturing, your product will continue to give trouble to you. So I think this is the key foundation. So GMP without product quality is futile. By the same token, a well-designed product can be ruined if GMP is not followed. Product design and technology transfer, another very important thing which normally is missed out. What looks so easy is hard when you scale up. What looks good in the lab setup, when you come to the actual commercial setup with the real life equipment and the people, then we start facing challenges. So while designing a product, we have to really factor all these things in our mind and ensure that we follow what is called as the quality by design principles and ensure that the technology is transferred the way the product is designed by QBD principles. Another important thing, management review. As management is responsible to create a system, no management function is complete, as we all know. It is planning, designing, executing, reviewing, and controlling. So if there is no review, we wouldn't know what we started with, where we ended. So a formal, structured review of quality system being implemented is one of the requirements. And this is aimed at identifying the opportunities for continual improvement of the products, process, and the system itself. And such review shall include discussion on key elements of quality system, including trends such as deviations, change control system, quality risk management, complaints, PQRs, training. So I want to take a pause for a minute here and want to ask all of you, where until in whatever I have spoken, there is an involvement of capital investment into facility to bring it up. It is all about the approach. You design a product, you have R&D, design it well. Follow QBD principles. Transfer technology by following the guidelines given by technology. Have a proper review, understand what went wrong. A systematic planning, executing, and review is basically talking about a simple management system which is known as pharmaceutical quality system for our purpose. If you do that, your compliance will be automatic. So it doesn't take any additional investment or capital intensive This is only about the approach, the mindset, that if you develop, many things will be much easier than what we already think. Same way, product quality review. ICH Q10 brings process performance and product quality monitoring system. So there is one is quality system that I spoke now, change control, deviation, all of that. There is another one that starts from the prior knowledge of the product, the development knowledge, the commercial manufacturing, and stability. The entire life cycle knowledge of the product, if you possess, what we in normal general sense or general terms should talk as product knowledge. Do you know your product well? If you know the product well, only and only then you'll be able to maintain the quality. So the PQR, the concept of product quality review that is coming in Schedule M, asks you to review all the past data, analyze it statistically, understand the trends, and go and make the required improvements so that next time when you manufacture, it will be consistent. So again, I'm emphasizing that is about system and your approach in reviewing what is happening and not actual activity that you have to perform any differently than what you have been already doing. Risk management, I leave it to Milind to take. I only want to focus on one slide. Yes, QRM in my opinion is one of the very important concepts, and it is truly a trust enabler between the industry and regulators. Many of the things which look difficult, contestable, if you have got a robust risk management system in place and you are doing very objectively, removing subjectivity by following the tools provided for that, the chances are that 9 out of 10 times regulator would trust you. Any statement made without support of a risk-based approach, demonstrating with numbers, with figures, that the risk is manageable, and ultimately everybody's main objective is to ensure that patient safety is maintained. If you are able to demonstrate that patient safety is not impacted in any of the departures from the requirements, the chances are that the regulators will accept it. This is one of the very, very important aspects that has been part of the QRM and therefore part of our separate topic today. So to conclude, when we say product life cycle quality, what it means, I'm borrowing these documents because I'm slightly departing from my theme, and I want to bring one more important aspect, which is a bit controversial, and regulators will understand what I'm telling. What has happened is that we have got the guidelines of WHO and European guidelines and have taken them into Schedule M as a Schedule M requirements. That becomes a regulation. Many of the requirements we cannot describe in this simple guideline. We need to follow subsequent additional guidelines which the Western world and WHO is following. So if you go by that, today if you want to implement a clause of Schedule M, you cannot do that without going to several published WHO and European guidelines which are being practiced in the industry. And these are the three very important guidelines, 3 Sutri, 8, 9, 10. ICH Q8 teaches you how to design a product in a manner that you follow the principles of quality by design, in its entirety, right from Q to PP. I'm not getting into detail. So you have to follow ICH Q10 for design of product. You follow ICH Q9 for quality risk management, very important topic. In fact, it is a key enabler. If you would ask me today, the foundation of quality management system is on the two key principles. One is knowledge management, another is risk management. If you have prior knowledge of the product and you have risk-based approach, ICH Q10, it will assure the product life cycle quality. So let's remember what Schedule M has done to us. It has brought back us to the global expectations which industry is following. Follow 8, 9 and 10. Design a product well, develop it well, scale up it well, focus on product quality and stability, do the PQR, understand the trends, correct, well within the time, not after something goes wrong in the market. Always adopt a risk-based approach and ensure that you have a robust quality management system within the company. That's what is the learning from our new Schedule M. And until now, again, I'm reiterating that this is all possible because this is all in the mind, creating our mindset. Right. So a very simple framework for a very small company that has got 50 people. They don't have big head of QA, big head of general manager in the plant. You have production manager, quality control manager. What do? It doesn't tell you that you have to have a separate individual person. QA can be handled by any person who has got that role and responsibility given under management. So you just organize your document in a manner that you have quality policy. That is a statement of intent of the management towards quality policy. We have system procedures. The one that I highlighted in red, me, under the guidance of Mr. Iyer, Milind also we call ourselves Guru Bandhu, and we learned from him that those procedures are not SOPs. Those are the procedures for assurance for quality. So there are 50 to 60 procedures we need to create. They talk of the concept behind the practice. So they are not practice themselves. And therefore they have to be designed by people who are handpicked by the management who have system thinking ability. You cannot ask an operator or a person who practices a practice to go back and create a system. Unfortunately, as I said initially, quality assurance is an operational function yet. And therefore, the responsibility for creating a quality system is left to the people who are practicing it. In a very loose analogy, and pardon my example, is that we design a house by getting an architect of eminence. He understands the requirements and builds a house to suit everybody's requirement. As against, you get a contractor who designs the house by seeing the previous house. What is the difference? That is the difference here it is. So you will have to have right people to create your system. And such people, we don't require a dozen, you require one or two, the top management and one other person. Even the next generation leaders, if they really understand what quality concept is, so that is where you need to create handcrafted, very properly thought out system procedures to deal with change management, risk management, product quality review, all the elements I spoke, self-inspection, and so on and so forth. This is all prescribed in the Schedule M. To create a very good system procedures, below that we have your operating procedures. So there has to be a hierarchy, and this is coming from ISO. It is not something that we have to learn separately. ISO prescribed the same standard, the model, a triangle of hierarchy. So policies is on the top and operating procedures and records at the bottom. So I think our focus in industry, even today in the big to big companies, where I have seen they're struggling to, maintain their compliance, if I can use the word, in multiple sites, it is because the management knowledge has not been transferred to another sites because they have created their own SOPs and not the system procedure which is common across the company. We can't have financial system in multiple units, you follow one single system, is it not? The way we manage finances, but in quality, it is delegated to the people and they have taken the authority, rightfully, wrongfully, I do not know, but that is the main key pain point for all of us, that letting people, operating people design their own system. I think this is one key learning of my experience I'm sharing with you. Last topic I'll touch before, I have 10 minutes, right? Yeah. So I want to keep myself brief so that we have time for Q&As. So role of senior management, why I'm bringing it separately? Because there is a great emphasis in the revised schedule and it is all about top management. You must have seen when we were in, first time we started seeing FDA warning letters, they came in the name of the chairman of the company. And we said it's unfair. Why are you involving chairman? Because he's nowhere involved in the operation. They said ultimate responsibility of quality rests with the topmost person of the company. Even today you will see the letters are addressed to topmost person, not to the operating people. Even if it's a responsible person, it's addressed to them. So management responsibility is the key requirement under the new Schedule M and under the global guidelines. So what it says, senior leadership has a paramount role in design and implementation of PQS and for fostering a quality culture by demonstrating personal commitment. The PQS shall enable creating second level leadership. This is my statement. Last 2008 to till now, what I'm struggling or trying to help is creating those system thinkers who will take management philosophy, management concept into their mind, convert that into a system and implement it. Those are the people you need to develop. The focus is for every small company, you get one person who thinks well and who creates a system, you have done the job, your PQS will be in place. Integration of all functions having direct and indirect responsibility, I spoke earlier, provides adequate resources, life cycle approach Q8, Q9, Q10, I did speak, and encourage continual improvement through management review, through product quality review, through self-inspections. These are the tools to monitor your function. So if this system you create, within a year you will come to know where we stand. You don't require a foreign consultant and outsider to come and tell you what is not happening right within your place, because you're doing it. Unfortunately, we do things and ask somebody to come and tell us what went wrong with Mittel. And there is a cloud around the facts. We can never recreate or structure the event that happened that went wrong. That is how we lose all the benefit of getting the advantage for continual improvement. But system and systems approach and all these elements, if they are present together, it will automatically keep giving you the required feedback to you. So what managements have to do? Some do's and don'ts. Create a quality mindset. Create a philosophy where pharmaceutical quality system is a business management system. I'm not spending much time here. The global research has proved that companies with quality system are financially much more stronger. I mean, Harvard Business School has come up with a paper, you can read that. Indian gentleman who has published. He has gone into some millions, several millions, 550 million benefits. So a good PQS will reduce wastages, timelines. It basically builds a lot of efficiency into your manufacturing system. Therefore, it gives a business advantage to you and a competitive edge over the rest of the world. Leadership at every level. Second, developing a leadership is the key thing. Continuous quality improvement. Build capabilities. Train people to understand the modern concept of quality management. Train them in proactive risk assessment, the newer tools that we require to understand and assess our system. Build systems and processes that are normal, easy, rewarding, that are fit for purpose, and create a positive work environment. I spoke about it. A good environment will foster compliance easily by the people. Obstacles that stand in the way of transformation. When I was reading Deming, this is something, in fact, the book Out of Crisis, I learned is on every US FDA inspector, the senior people's table, this book is mandatory for them to, and it's on their desk today. So these books really opens up the mind of the world that what can come in our way of transformation. To lack of constancy of purpose, leadership does not walk the talk, no message credibility. So it all talks from quality policy and culture of the organization. Emphasis on short-term gains. Performance-based evaluation. You got an approval, therefore you get rewarded. Those who didn't get approval. In fact, it is so sad that we remove people in group, 30, 40s, because the inspection failed. Nothing can be worse than that, in my opinion. Because no individual can contribute either to success or to failure. It is the overall environmental system that is contributing. So isolating somebody and holding him responsible for a failure and celebrating success by isolating some other people is a very short-term and outcome-based assessment of what we are doing. And this will not allow longevity. So these are few sins which Deming said we should never ever commit as a management, and do not incentivize outcomes rather than the process adopted to achieve the outcome. Kaise bhi karke leke aa jao, that doesn't work. Like, you want success at any cost? No, it has to go through the process that I have been talking. So this is a very important slide. I think it summarizes all that I have been speaking for the last 40 minutes. You please see, there are 3 layers in creating a system. This is Deming's system of profound knowledge. So he's one of the greatest thinkers of the world in terms of quality system, and what it says. Look at the top management, CEO and management. They have to demonstrate leadership emphasis, message credibility, peer involvement, employee empowerment, and at the end of it, a culture of quality evolves. And let me tell with a lot of pride that all Indian companies who are successful, global companies, they have all this in place. You cannot find 1% fault with any senior management, any leadership in the industry who do not understand this and do not implement it. The real challenge has come. I'm not criticizing anybody, but the speed with which you have grown, our ability to create a system based on the concepts which are brought by the top management and implement them at operating level is failed. So the middle level management, managers are leaders, whom I was talking about creating quality system. They have to create a quality system that is normally easy rewarding. They have to understand the entire activity as a system and not in isolation, not QC, not engineering, not product development, it is in entirety. Theory of knowledge. What is theory of knowledge? I mean, this is a psychological topic, I'm not going there. The biases that we have based on our practice. As I said, we know how of a practice, why we do not know. We believe that what we know is true. So Deming very famously says that, how do you know what you think you know is true? So always challenge your own beliefs and make sure that there is a truth of belief. There is absence of doubt and truth of belief is your knowledge. That's what he's focusing on. Knowledge of variation, all statistical process controls, and psychology of human behavior. If you create a good system, then we have at operating level, all employees, they have complete JSP compliance, and what they need to do, or what we need to do for them, create their technical mastery, remove fear from their mind, give them emotional mastery, and you will see these people perform without worrying about the FDA requirements, revised scheduling requirements, whatever has been prescribed as a company's quality system, they'll be able to implement, and you'll, at the end of it, you'll have GXP. I think this is a very powerful model created by my friend Dr. Ijaz Hussain. When we were presenting these things in 2014, 15, 16, I continue to use it even today. It's very relevant. Another one created by our NSF when we brought the APVQM. So again, it is sort of in a metaphorical way, it is describing what PQS is. PQS is a bridge. You can see the middle, PQS is a bridge. It is standing on the 2 poles of R&D and manufacturing. So what are the foundations of that? People, leadership, both sides. Below the quality system, we have got regulatory tied, and above this, we have got the management. So all the strings that you are seeing, those are elements of quality management. It is to be visualized to understand. So all change control, deviations, all of those are the strings. They are brought together to create a platform. And this platform is your quality system that allows your journey from development to delivery without any interruptions. The top management takes some performance measure, a helicopter view. It is trying to protect the companies. So in a later when I say top management is down on the bridge and repairing it because the regulatory tide is coming up. And therefore, we are not able to divide our responsibilities between operating people and the management where they do their job to protect us, operating people, and operating people manage the system well. I think it's one of the very good metaphors to explain what PQS bridge is. So I'm not getting into that. We speak a lot about culture, that we have programs, all of that. And this is again, coming from Peter Drucker, even Deming says, Senior management's leadership and strategic choices directly affect the values, priorities, and the day-to-day operations that define the culture of the manufacturing units. Culture eats the strategy for breakfast, a famous statement. So whatever strategies we have, if you don't have right system and right culture, you will find difficulties in compliance. There's another model which again talks of how GXPs, quality management system, and culture, these are all integrated. Connecting the three dots is the real requirement, real challenge, and the real expectation in the revised schedule. Yeah, so we need to move from last 1 or 2 slides, compliance to adherence. The words we use influence the way we think, organize information, make decisions, and the way we behave. In pharmaceutical operations, compliance is used to describe the behavior of following written instructions or operational routines. In healthcare, the noun adherence is preferred. I explained, trying to fit into somebody's expectation is compliance, and doing something voluntarily is adherence. I think we have to move from compliance to adherence terminology and start doing something voluntarily. There are a lot of benefits. I'm not going there. Someone said culture of quality is amorphous. We cannot touch it, we cannot measure it. But there are indirect ways of measuring it. So the quality and compliance trends are there through management review, product review. There is value creation. You can see the value to business if you have a culture of quality, and there are people, the development of people in leadership. So culture can be measured, and culture can actually contribute to your business growth. Deepnathji did say in morning that IDMA is really committed to making sure that Schedule M is implemented across the country. We did so many programs. Dara described last year how many programs they did. So whole attempt is to create an interface between the regulators and the industry through our association efforts to handhold and to educate about what is involved in it, remove the fear, remove the anxiety about the compliance part. And there are many things which will come in our way as we go along, but we have committed at IDMA that in this year we'll conduct 4 programs again to get the feedback from the industry of the future current status of the compliances, and we'll be working very closely with the regulators. Very fortunately, CDSCO chose IDMA, and they did programs before Schedule M was implemented, after Schedule M was implemented. IDMA, we have a big tradition of committing to quality with all eminent presidents, past presidents. Deepnathji was there, we did APPQM, Veeramani sir was there. So we really have focused on the management part of the quality at IDMA. And I'm sure all these things are seen, and such as those who were present at IDMA annual day meeting in Mumbai, the Drugs Control General of India, he did make a mention that he trusts IDMA to act as an interface between regulators, and in fact he told the size of industry we are, the size of growth we have planned, it is just not possible to control quality through regulation and regulators. It has to be proactively done by the industry, self-regulation, self-control, industry association participating in this kind of initiative. I'm sure government is going to really take such thing positively, and IDMA is committed to do that. So we'll all be available for any help that you require through IDMA platform, and we have resource, strength, and abilities to support you. And I'm sure regulators are listening, and they're definitely working with us shoulder to shoulder. Just to take an example, that the extension required was almost next to impossible, but we did manage by maintaining a balance. Such of those who actually want to improve, they are given an opportunity. Such of those who cannot, naturally, the law will take its own course. But here again, we got 1 year the timeline based on commitments and the plan that is required to be done. Even at IDMA, we were willing to help people who want to comply and need any hand holding. So here we are to make sure that PQS becomes the future for us, and we become, number 1, we are number 2 or number 3 today. If you reach the turnover of what we are planning by 2030 and 2047, every single pharmaceutical company in India has a great future. To shy away from the responsibility that we feel is too much for us to comply in the immediate short term is little bit of a myopic view in my opinion. We need to really look for the future, what lies ahead of us. So a great future lies ahead of us in pharmaceutical industry, and we're very close to it. We have got a native inherent knowledge of last 30 years experience of doing right and not so right things. We can learn from our own mistakes and make sure that we become global number 1. So thank you very much. Anything good you heard, credit to this gentleman. Anything you didn't like it is my fault. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mudda, for those lovely and enriching presentation. And a few words from there that quality is a bridge, PQS is a bridge, and the management serve as its base. So that was a really great exposition of everybody's roles. So thank you for this great presentation, and may I take the opportunity to introduce our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Milind Joshi, Vice Chairman, Quality Management Technical Committee, IDMA, Professor of Practice at Ram Narayan Ruia Autonomous College, Mumbai. His presentation will be on quality risk management. Dr. Milind Joshi is a very active member of the IDMA. First time I chanced upon him was at a PAC conference, and his exuberance and enthusiasm is something we all look forward to. So, Dr. Milind Joshi, a few words about him. He has been the Global Regulatory Management at JB Chemicals and Pharmaceuticals, and he opted for early retirement after serving the company for 32 years. He has been the Professor of Practice at Ram Narayan Ruia Autonomous College in Mumbai. He has a PhD in Analytical Chemistry from the University of Mumbai, and he has accompanied His Excellency Shri Ram Nath Kovind, Honorable President of India, to Switzerland for a business delegation meet. He is also the chairman of United States Pharmacopoeia Southeast Asia Stakeholder Forum, and was a member of the nominating committee of the USP. His pro forma reads in veritable pages, so I would go down a few words. He has been recipient of several awards, among them the Outstanding Pharmaceutical Analyst Award in 2006 by IDMA. He is a member of several professional organizations, including the IDMA. He was the chairman of Quality and Technical Committee, member of National EC, CII National Committee on Pharmaceuticals, and member of the Pharmaxil, ADMA, and PFSSAI. He is an examiner. God help those people who are examined by him. He lives in Thane and enjoys Hindustani classical music and football, which I learned yesterday. And he is a Chelsea supporter, so anybody with a rival club, please hold on to your hats. So without any further words, may I request Dr. Milind Joshi to give his presentation on quality risk management. Please, sir.
Good morning. I'll speak on this. Yeah. Good morning. Oh. Hello. Yeah. Good morning. How is the tea over there? Maybe I can also have a cup of tea. But Joy told me I'll get the cup of tea only after I complete my presentation. So thank you. I would request all those who are enjoying tea, you can have a cup with you and please sit there. So maybe till that time, how much time I have? 40 minutes, same, 45 maybe? 1 hour, okay. No, I'll speak less, don't worry. Yeah. So I'll tell the story. This is the last presentation in the series, I was told. And first 5 I was not there, and how I suddenly appeared on the 6th presentation. The story goes like there is a village in Bengal and there is a well, and suddenly one small boy falls into the well, and all villagers are around the well and shouting, and someone save him. I was walking through that village and I saw everybody shouting. And next moment, I found myself, I jumped in the well, I escorted that boy and got him up, and then everybody is clapping and say, what a brave person you are, and all those things, you know. So I accepted that, but then said, first tell me the truth, who pushed me into the well? And those the people, gentlemen over here, sitting, Deepnath Dada, Dara, Mudda, they pushed me into the well, so I'm here in front of you. I'll be speaking about QRM, Quality Risk Management. Okay, show of hands including previous. How many people from Quality Control? Okay, those standing also you can tell me, how many from Quality Control? Okay, Quality Assurance, Regulatory Affairs, Production, okay, Boss, no one, right? Okay, so I'm with you, don't worry. So it's a, I'm sure all of you must have studied chemistry, and there is something called reversible reaction in chemistry. So I'm also starting in a reverse mode, starting with an acknowledgement slide. You must have, some people are very happy, you know, oh, its acknowledgement is usually the last slide, so now we are breaking for the lunch. So not the case, but I'm saying it's a reversible reaction. So I want to acknowledge, because usually I think after my talk presentation, there will be lunch break perhaps. So people don't pay attention to acknowledgement. So I brought it in the front. So I do acknowledge CDSCO, DCGI, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvamshi, Ishwar Reddy, Dr. Naresh Sharma, IDMA, Deepnath Nada Chaudhary, our national president present, Bharat Shah, Mr. Mudda, and entire West Bengal State Board of IDMA. And two of my colleagues, Meena and Vidula, I never make my presentation, you know. That's the advantage of becoming senior. You ask someone, hey, you make presentation. So I'm just face of it, and these two girls, they make it, and I present it. Okay. Oh, before that, another show of hands. We are going to talk about risk. And this is very much related, whatever I'll give analogy, but they are related to topic. How many of you are married? Please. Okay. How many of you are not yet married? Okay. So there is a majority of us who have taken the risk already, right? And there are few of us who are yet to face that risk, okay? So that's about risk, isn't it? So what is the slide? These are various zebra crossing. I don't know whether Kolkata you can see zebra crossing. In Mumbai we cannot see because there are so many people, we cannot see the road itself. So, but there is a risk in road crossing also, right? If you are crossing the road from one place to another, suddenly someone, two-wheeler will come, opposite direction, can knock you down. So there is a risk in anything and everything we do, including simply crossing the road. But have we stopped crossing the road yet? Have we stopped driving the vehicle because there is a risk? No. So there is a risk in manufacturing, marketing, regulatory affairs, QC, whatever, entire pharma operations. So we have to live with those risks, overcome those risks, and then become successful. So QRM, I think, how many of you have read the draft of revised Schedule M, at least seen? How many pages? 140, right? Pages, something. Be honest. I also, during exam, you know, just one day prior, we used to study, right? It's same. So before coming to workshop, if you would have glanced through, point number 1 in revised Schedule M is PQS, on which Mr. Mudda talked about. Point number 2 is QRM, which I am going to talk about, right? And then we can enjoy the lunch. So usually they say, you know, the most difficult session is after lunch. I differ. The most difficult session is which is before the lunch. You know, everybody is waiting. Arey, kya paka raha hai? We have to go for lunch. But so I'll try to be brief. So QRM. So what is the Okay, I don't read my slides. It's there to you to read, and organizers can share with you if you send them email, and they will share it, with you, I'm sure. You would charge maybe 1,000 rupees, I don't know. So read the definition, and this is we all learn in the college, right? Definition, we have to give definition, we get 1, 2 marks, whatever. So that is the definition of a quality risk management. What is it? Important point about this is communication in all this risk, and we'll come to it. So I'll tell you another story simply. Have you heard of that joke that someone is driving BMW and then he keeps on asking, "Kabhi BMW chalaya hai? Kabhi BMW chalaya hai?" So another person, and he said, why he's so much, flaunting. So then finally I said, no, I have not driven BMW, nahi chala hai. Why? He said, nahi, abhi main bhi pehli baar chala raha hu, ye band nahi ho raha hai, kaise band karne ka pata nahi. So you must know the risk before you start anything, isn't it? You will be thrown straight on compression machine or a HPLC, whatever. We must know the risk. What are the risks in the QC? What are the risks in the production? What are the risks in the marriage, right? Those remaining people, you should know. The second part is quality risk management is based on the scientific, right? We very loosely use the word scientific. Anything is scientific. And then India, glorious tradition, we go 5,000 years ago, Ayurveda, big words and everything. But I'm not saying no to that. But we must know science behind that. We must know science behind Ayurveda. We cannot say just simply, any Ayurvedic formulation do not have side effect. No, we have to standardize. There is HPLC, GC, there is something called HPTLC. We need to standardize based on HPTLC, whatever sophisticated analytical instrumentation of this era, isn't it? So there has to be a scientific thing. The last is with the commensurate with the level of risk. Again, an example of a BMW or a Mercedes. Mr. Mudda owns a Mercedes. Other day, he was telling me, mirror hota hai na, right hand side his mirror, a bus knocked that mirror off, right? The risk. There is a big risk. If I'm driving a two-wheeler, but still I need an insurance, right? Third-party insurance. He's driving a Mercedes, he still needs a third-party insurance, whatever, for the driving, isn't it? Why? There is a risk. If he's driving, a mirror of a Mercedes costs 1,50,000 rupees. Just a simple mirror. If he doesn't have insurance, he's gone perhaps, isn't it? He has to pay from his own pocket. So the risk is commensurate with, means the process, the QRM process, it has to be commensurate with the level of the risk. And I have a real funny story which has happened truthfully. My friend, again, I'll use here Mr. Mudda's name, but another really, he was driving a BMW, and that time I was driving Maruti 800, and we knocked 90 degree, I had insurance, BMW has an insurance. I had to pay some, bumper gaya and whatever, 60,000 rupees. The BMW, the paint job and everything, he had to shell 6 lakhs rupees. So the risk, the process of the risk determination has to commensurate, QRM has to be with the level of the risk. And positively speaking, high risk, high reward, low risk, low reward, isn't it? We all know that. So PQR, these are verbatim I had copied whatever from revised Schedule M, that what product quality review should be done, that is what expected out of Schedule M. This is what we call Vishnu Sahasranam. There are 1,000 names of Vishnu, so these are the product quality reviews we should do. Oh, just, we are talking about quality risk management here, but those, I don't know whether, I worked in JB for 32 years. So if it's a big public limited company, by Company Act, you have to do risk analysis. And quality risk is just one part of it, but so many risks, right? There are financial risks, there are other risks, operational risks, And that has to be part of an annual report of the company and has to be submitted to corporate, whatever government regulatory authorities. So we used to do that. So quality risk is one of the factor. Same again, once you get married, there are so many risks, right? I'll come to that. But so we have to encompass all those risks. It should be regular. So not once in a lifetime. New revised Schedule M is effective, July 2025, whatever. Okay, we did nice 12 pages, prepared by, reviewed by, approved by. Ho gaya QRM. No, it has to be regular. It has to be periodic. Why? There can be new risk, right? There some risks become obsolete, some new risk we come to know. And there is nothing wrong. Always a QA person also will tell, we used to, frankly, in India, there is the concept called something backdated, right? Inverted comma. I remember before 2000, we had a telecon, that time no Teams or something, with our US FDA, my collaborator, the person in the USA. So someone from my team asked on a phone, sir, we need to do this backdated? And he simply did not know the concept. See, Indians, we are far superior, right? We know the concept, something called backdated. He said, what do you mean by backdated? You have to sign and put a date when you are signing. So something similar, It has to be periodic. So every predetermined frequency, it can be annual, it can be 6 months, whatever. If you come out with a new plan, there will be new risk. Don't marry second time to take new risk. It's more. But it has to be periodic. And why new risk? As famously said, you cannot commit same error again. You are stupid if you are commit that error again. You are permitted to commit new mistakes, isn't it? So we should be knowing what are the new risks. It consists all products for exports also. We cannot say these products are being exported to Africa. African people are superior, bade dhatte katte hote hai, chalega thoda. Paracetamol can be 750 milligram. No. If there is a risk for the dosage, for the pharmacology point of view, it is applicable for all. Our many friends now live in US, right? So we do, what do we call? We golgappe, puchka here, what, right? So we have an SOP. If my friend come from USA, I don't allow that friend to have puchka on first week. If he has come for the 3 weeks holiday, visit to India, the third last day he is allowed to take, something, or maybe even second last or the last day. Jitna chahiye pani puri puchka khao, sit on a flight, go back to USA. Because there is a risk. We know, right? We know what is the risk. And so this is the risk mitigation. So it has to be periodic, all products for exports, for domestic. Evaluate results of the review. The fifth term is very famous and abused term, kappa, right? All of us say. I don't know how many of you know, in Marathi, kappa meaning is kato, cut. So it's really cutting edge kappa. We need to do it, so there should be a review of the kappa. Review of documentation has to be there as a part of a PQR. My life was regulatory affairs, so documents. I got salary out of it. So, but we are not because of that. As a part of a QRM, we have to do review of the documents. Effectiveness of action. We just can't stop at acting. We did something, that's fine, but we cannot stop at acting, but we have to judge, we have to review what is the effectiveness of the action. Self-inspections are, I'm very sad to say, but usually they are done just as a formality. We have to do really thorough self-inspection. And I can tell you this from example of during lockdown. Lockdown, 2 saal ghar mein baithe the. Day 1, my son said, I will clean the floor with a broom. I'll say, okay, I will mop the floor. 1,000 square feet, you cannot do it, So self-inspection, that self-realization, everything we need to do seriously, not just to fill the notebooks and that. We can do group by product size or technical agreements. I learned it after say maybe 10, 20 years spending in the QC lab and a regulatory as an executive manager and senior manager when I became president, technical agreements are equally important, especially in EU. There are two totally columns. One is contract giver, if you are doing contract manufacturing, and another is contract acceptor. And there has to be very clarity about who is going to do what and what is the responsibility. What are contract givers' responsibility? What are contract acceptance responsibility? Last point, I keep it maybe for the last session of a Q&A. We are going to have a panel discussion. I feel perhaps with a PQS and a QRM, we are going towards a QP concept. And Mr. Mudda may be able to tell us more about QPs and all. Review continued. Starting materials we know, API, excipients. Sadly, again in India, packing materials is one of the ignored kind of, how about every movie has a hero and a heroine, and then there is a side hero and a heroine, right? So packing material is like a side hero. But no, if it's a primary packaging material which is in a contact of the product, it has an equal risk and it should be given its due importance, isn't it? And the example is, I think B.M. Rao will speak, perhaps nitrosamine is a new demon now, we all know. And if a printed packaging material, foil, if it is in a contact of the product, and it also has a risk of contributing to the nitrosamine. So that's how we are. Critical in process control. Again, anyone from a sterile manufacturing here? Fresenius Kabi, I heard in the manufacturing, yeah, I see very few hands. I was involved in injection, sterile manufacturing, and it was quite an eye-opener. There is something called sterility, of course we do, and years after years after years, we do trend analysis, trending, and the question asked was, when is the last sterility failure incidents? And we said, no, entire last year, 0, year before that, 0, year before that, 0, 5 years. And I can, because it's a good thing, so I can quote, it was JB Pharma. So the product is Metrogel injection. Everybody would know, perhaps it's a generic brand. Daily 1 lakh bottles at least, at a peak it was 3 lakh bottles a day. You are manufacturing sterile injection for years and years, and you say 0 sterility failure. Never in a lifetime or something like that. There is a statistical concept which is called TGTB, too good to believe, right? It is a statistical concept. So it cannot happen simply, by the law of probability. So whenever my wife welcomes me with a smiling face on a weekend, when I reach 11 p.m., I say TGTB, too good to believe. All changes to the processes or analytical method we have to. Again, the ignorance is usually emphasis is given on a production, and obviously it has to be there, but perhaps the human resource ratio also has to be 1:1.5 or 1:2, because finally quality control and quality assurance, we need so much in a big number resources. And perhaps because of my PhD is in analytical chemistry, I wanted to make analytical methods. So we have to review critically analytical methods also, and do we carry any risk in that? And because another point is, production itna mehnat se they have manufactured something. If I run any risk in my analytical method, the entire efforts are going to go west, isn't it? So we have to review the risk of that also. Oh, the new revised Schedule M has a concept of a dossier. It's a French word, so it should be pronounced as a dossier, but in an Indian pronunciation, of course, it's called dossier. So dossier has to be regulatory variations, submissions, then submitted, granted, refused, whatever. So there is a risk in that also. Last slide of the review. It's not last slide of my presentation. Don't be so happy. But review of stability monitoring programs and trade. There is the risk. And typically, what we do? Say if we have a tablet, uncoated tablet, there is a risk it has some dots on keeping on 6 months. It has vitamin C, so black dot aa jata hai, whatever. It has iron, red dots, whatever. It's a risk. How do we mitigate the risk? clear transparent foil hai blister ka, change it to opaque. That is not the way, how do we take resolution of the risk. But what I'm trying to make is stability. There, we have to review stability monitoring program, trends, risk in that, and to a simple parameter like a description also. Not necessarily always assay and related substances and impurities. They are good, they are big, but we have to look at description things also. Post-marketing commitments. How many of you are aware, especially the junior level, that pharmacovigilance is mandatory in India for last few years now? And IPC, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, is the nodal organization to conduct that. So here also after marketing, post-marketing surveillance, pharmacovigilance is a mandatory, and we need to do. Even especially technical people, our job does not end. We are happy, batch is manufactured, analyze, release, apna job ho gaya. No, the batch goes there, it sits on the shelf. It's what, 38 degree outside? We are already all feeling humid, wet. The tablets, the pharmaceutical product, they are also same, right? It's a living product. So we need to take care of those risks throughout the product life cycle till the shelf life ends. Qualification, I missed it writing. Everybody talks about HVAC, water. There is the gases. Gases are also used in so many things in pharmaceutical manufacturing and analysis, and there is a risk in those gases also. I'll give you one small example. We had a diclofenac sodium molecule, and it was a bromine-free. Bromine was an impurity. And we made all process, everything wonderful, no bromine at all. We used to use chlorine gas in that API manufacturing of a diclofenac sodium. Chlorine has a traces of a bromine, and those bromine used to get contaminated, that contamination would get into the product, API and into product also. So we have to, smallest thing also, gases, if there is a risk, and we need to review of that, and the technical agreements. Last 10 years of my career, I dealt with lawyers. God save, we should not deal with lawyers much, our own for collaboration, merger and acquisition and those. So all these agreements are very important, and a technical agreement also. And I remember we were dealing with big multinational and like 10 lawyers from their side, and we are here, just me and my lawyer, whatever, legal manager. And I offered some extra information kind of. The wording he used, this is 2010, I still remember. He said, no, I do not want to get contaminated with unwarranted information. So anything unwarranted, not asked for, is a contamination, right? And we know we are technical people, what is contamination? So the same concept is applicable for information also. And same we know, during inspections, Chatterjee sir will ask anything. Whatever he will ask, that much answer only we should give. Not any more, not any less. Maybe how we are doing by time-wise? Okay. So little diversion, but the Indian, on a Q&A, I can tell you, if this room is completely closed, we cannot see outside or hear anything. And a question is asked, whether is it raining outside? How many options are there for the answer? 2, right? Usually Indian mind will say 2. 1 is yes, it is raining. 2, it is not raining. No, the options are 3. And the third most important option is, I do not know. I will go out and find out. And as an Indian, in our psychology, this third option does not strike to our brain. I do not know. No, we know everything, isn't it? Since last 5,000 years, we know everything. So please, we must come out of this concept, and we must adhere to this concept of I do not know. There is nothing wrong. If even regulator also asks something, you're not supposed to by heart everything, SOPs and all. You can say, I don't know. I'll see the records and I'll respond you. So the agreements are everything important. Okay, so this is just my SOP for the presentation, So those my colleagues, the girls, they put it, that after every 5 slides, there should be some nice diagram. That's right. No, but it's in reality, what are the key objectives of QRM, Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh? The one is the creator, identify the risk. Second is the Vishnu. So it is reduce risk to acceptable level, whatever we can do. Otherwise, Mahesh is Shiva Shankar, you know. If risk, we do not handle it properly, what Shiva does? Open the third eye. We will be destroyed. So we have to do QRM very seriously, very properly. Quickly, I'll go through how it should be done. So after Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh, there will be Pancha Mahabhut. So what are those? There is one ICH-Q9. There is a guideline on risk management and principle. I will encourage all of you to read ICH guideline now. Previously, my first job, I started in a quality control. My manager would tell me, if you have free time, whenever, just open pharmacopoeia and read. And till today, I do that, and you learn something new. Anytime, even Indian pharmacopoeia, not bigger, nothing like USP or BP, usko kuch sona nahi laga hai. Open Indian pharmacopoeia, general chapter, you will learn something new. So there is first of Panchamahabhut is ICH-Q9, then of course FDA 21 CFR, WHO guideline, Drug and Cosmetic Act revised Schedule M has now QRM, and any significant regulatory authority, fifth one, that's what. Now how the QRM process should be done. I request your indulgence into this. I'll give again analogy and very, very simple, and I'm sure you will add. So the risk, I'll first define the risk. What is the risk? That every Friday, every weekend, I go with my friends to a nice lake club or a Bengal club in the evening, and I go back home only after 11 p.m. So this is not the risk, this is the procedure, this is the manufacturing. The risk is, my wife is annoyed, she is going to get angry. This is the risk. So now I have to assess the risk, identify and analyze. Next step is risk control. Develop strategies to mitigate the risk. So what do I do? On Thursday and Wednesday, I go on time. 6 p.m. I go to home every Wednesday and Thursday. So these are, kind of controlling the risk. Then risk review. I review last week what I did, before the week what did I did, entire last month what I did. So ekhat Friday in between I go on time, So that's what. So that's the review. So I collect the trained analysis. And then risk communication. These days communication is good. It is bad also, but we have a WhatsApp now, right? So she would ask, ek message dene ko kya hota hai? You could have said one message. So now I do and this is the trick I'm sharing with all of you. If we are working 9 to 6, in office also, I used to call 555 technology. If some very critical email we have to send message to production to QC, QC to production, 555 you write that email, press the send button, click, shut down your laptop and run home. That's called 555 technology. It gives us almost 16 hours. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock we come to office. Kal hi bheja tha tumko. Yesterday I have sent it. You have not seen it. Poor fellow, he has also shut off his laptop at 5:57. He doesn't know. We know the 555 technology. Exactly for the risk communication with my wife, I don't send her message individually. There is a family group, right? Me, wife, my son, daughter-in-law. On that group I send it. And I make my son party to the crime. He said, as soon as I'll send the message, you show thumbs up. First one thumbs up, and then other 2, 3 forwards, some Bollywood. So that message is gone. So now if my wife asks you, you didn't message me? I did message. Son showed thumbs up also. So that's about risk has to be assessed, risk has to be controlled, risk has to be reviewed, and risk has to be communicated. What are the different risk assessment methodologies? So these are called, I've chosen few. So one is FMEA, called Failure Modes and Effects Analysis. Second is HACCP. There is a fault tree analysis and risk ranking and filtering. So I'll come quickly. So failure modes is each method has its pros and cons, some positive, some negative. So failure mode and effects analysis it's based on the basically systemic identification of failure. So as I said, if we commit that we are not failing at all, then we cannot use this at all, the method. Unless we fail, then there is a failure analysis. HACCP is mostly used into safety related mainly, so for API, safety, so it prevents safety risk in the manufacturing. Sadly, again in India, we have a safety is quite ignored in a way, just for completing, isn't it? We are QC, QA, apne ko kya hai safety ka, but no, there is a big risk. And again, I think the big number was a QC also when I asked for the show of hands. We wear aprons, we wear caps, we wear shoes. I'm talking about laboratory, but we do not wear eye goggles, prevention. And in fact, when I visited, say, USP laboratory in USA and other, they won't wear anything else, means maybe may not wear apron, they wear clothes, but they may not wear aprons, they may not wear those factory shoes because you don't need those safety shoes. So safety shoes or safety gear also has to be commensurate with the risk. If you are working in a laboratory, you need eye goggle. There can be chloroform, whatever, ether, spillage, something. Your eyes have to be protected more. Just that white apron and a cap is not going to do anything. So HACCP for the safety more. My favorite is fault tree analysis. I think we cannot, I will not dwell more here, but there can be maybe second workshop, half a day, about really how to evaluate the risk, how to mitigate the risk. That time we can talk about how the fault tree analysis is done. It's a top-down risk assessment and how we analyze system failures and all those things. The risk analysis, it involves qualitative as well as quantitative. How many of you have a HR department in the company? HR, personnel department, right? HR. How many of you like HR department? No hand, right? Because HR is given the quantitative analysis of KPIs, KRA of each individual, isn't it? That's what. So in risk also, we have to do qualitative or a quantitative both processes. And now, the last analogy perhaps I will give. How do we do this? I try to do this, otherwise it's a boring, isn't it, technically, if I just talk A, B, C. So I'll give you. What is the likelihood it will go wrong? So example is, during my college days, I used to smoke. I started, cigarette. Oh, let's have a show of hands. How many of you are smokers? Oh, no, wonderful. Oh, no, there are few. Mr. Chatterjee is not going to take any action on the smokers, don't worry. So, I used to smoke. So, and what is the risk? My parents will come to know. I used to stay with my parents and a grandfather, college going. So, what is the likelihood of it's going wrong? That I have smoked a cigarette and my parents will find out. That's called A. What are the consequences? Severity. My mother is going to get very angry, right? That you are smoking. So severity. If mother is not there in home, the severity is less. Only grandfather, severity is further less. Parents plus grandfather, everything, much severity. What are the chances of detection? So I'll smoke a cigarette, and then that time, not to get detected, I will stand 5 feet away. Will not go in my parents' room, right? That's a so what are the chances of detection? Now, let's talk about, take any example in, say, tablet compression, and it's not getting properly compressed or getting some, friability issues or something. So what is the likelihood that it will go wrong? Tablet is not getting compressed properly. What are the consequences? If tablet is not properly compressed, you have a difficult AJS or a friability issues, whatever, severity. And what are the chances of detection? Now we have, of course, online cameras and operators and everything. So chances of detection is almost 100%. if your system is not working properly. So accordingly, we have to assign a risk priority number, what is called RPN, which is A into B into C. So what is the likelihood it will go wrong? What is the probability? What are the consequences? And what are the chances of detection? So these are, I'll skip this slide of some risk evaluation. And we'll come to risk control strategies. So remember example, what was the risk? That I have smoked cigarette and I'm getting detected by parents. Severity, if my mother is there, she is going to get very angry and all those things. Now, how do I control the risk? Of course, first is don't smoke, but it's not in this case, means don't manufacture is not the solution for the avoiding risk. Do not cross the road is not the solution for avoiding risk. Do not drive is not the solution. So we have to do it, we'll do it. So I used to eat that chewing gum, right? The menthol, mint, something. Mask the flavor. That's the risk control strategy. In our case, in a pharmaceutical, what is the risk reduction strategy? Kappa. Kappa is identified. Implement that Kappa. Do process modification. Do training. So I told you my Friday weekend risk, right? So now my son, because he got married 2 years ago, I have trained him also because he also faces same risk. So I have trained him that what you should do on the various risk mitigation strategies, risk control strategies, and risk avoidance. As I said, if I don't smoke at all, I have avoided the risk. But as I said, again, in driving, nowadays, of course, say 10 years ago, no one would wear seat belt, right, in a car. Now seat belt is mandatory and almost all of us follow that, isn't it? And for your information, kind information, if anyone doesn't know yet, if you are not wearing a seat belt and you get involved into accident, insurance do not honor your claim, okay? So you have to. So that's the regulator again here. Chatterjee saab udhar bhi baithe. So he does, if you are not wearing seat belt, you will not get insurance claim. Or a two-wheeler. In Mumbai, I don't know about Kolkata, what is it? You have to wear a helmet, right? Both? No, the only driver. The rule says even a pillion driver also has to wear. So there is a risk. If you violate those rules, there is a risk also. But the severity and the punishment you get on violation of a rule is little less hazardous, but severity of non-compliance at all, if you do not wear a helmet and get involved into accident, the consequences are far much greater. Same exactly in pharmaceutical manufacturing also. So not doing is not. So these are implementation of QRM in pharma. I gave so many examples, just that it touches your heart and goes to your brain. But how we do it? It has to be integration with the GMP and all regulation. They are interconnected. There is a role of QA, QC, obviously, because I am an analytical person, I wrote that. But there is a role for everyone in that risk management also. And case studies, Mr. Mudda tells very interesting case studies. He's a Kuber in case studies, so he can share perhaps in the last part. What are the benefits of QRM? It improves product quality and patient safety. It enhances regulatory compliance. As I said, if you wear helmet, tumko police nahi pakdega. If you wear seat belt, so that's one, enhance regulatory compliance. Same pharma, if we do quality risk management, follow all rules, there is enhanced regulatory compliance and efficient decision making and resource allocation. So we have to come out of that, expense versus investment. We feel still, 20 years ago, there is cost of quality, right? And cost of quality was looked as an expenses. It's not an expense. It's very well proven. It's an investment. If you do proper quality risk management, it will pay you in the long run. My last few slides. What are the challenges in QRM implementation? Resistance to change. Nothing new, right? Anything new, it's a human, we resist change. I still remember when computers came 30 years back, we had a computerized purchase order system, PO chalega. The purchase colleague fellow tells me, sir, it will take 2 more days. Now it has become computerized. I said, it perfectly defeats the purpose. It has become computerized so that it becomes faster. And because there is a resistance to change, we feel that there will be loss of job, anything, computers, so nothing like that. So there is a resistance of change. Lack of training and expertise. So workshop like this, the conferences like this help in training and expertise gaining. Complexity in risk identification and mitigation. So what are the complexities? I talked about my wife getting angry. That's the risk. So there are complexities like her mood, isn't it? Someday, some Friday she is very happy because maybe her mother had come, so she leaves me, let me go. So there are complex generics, there are biologics, there are devices, medical devices, so much complex scenario. But the QRM encompasses all these complexities also. Wow, AI, I don't know anything about AI. It's just a fashion trend, so this slide is taken. No, nothing like that. But one is, I am sure all of you will agree, we have seen so many human with artificial intelligence that we don't know real artificial intelligence, isn't it? But yes, coming years, there will be and machine learning in risk assessment also, especially in a fault tree assessment, FTA and all those. It can be easily done in a logic using computer, There will be digitalization of QRM process. Mr. Chhatrapati is going to talk about automation and those things, everything. So there will be. And there are I have 2 dreams. One is very simple perhaps. My wife does not get annoyed. Perhaps as now I grow older, perhaps that dream can become reality. But the second dream of a global regulatory harmonization, I don't know whether in my lifetime it will happen. But yes, we are working towards that, and that's very big part of a QRM also. In conclusion, QRM ensures quality and compliance. Ensures is the word, important word. That's the same, 40 years ago we moved from quality control to quality assurance. Continuous improvement. Mr. Mudda talked about continuous manufacturing, so many things. Similarly, we have to be in a continuous improvement mode, right? And emphasizing proactive risk management, prophylactic as well as therapeutic, right? There is a difference between prophylactic and therapeutic. Prevention is better than cure. I can give you so many suvichars, they're different. But yes, it is a proactive risk management. If we do, it will go a long way. So what is the proactive way you can all help in quality risk management? When tomorrow you go back to your respective companies, please tell your colleagues, senior management, everyone, that there is a revised Schedule M, it's easy to implement, there is no much risk into it, it can be done. Number 1 was a PQS, number 2 was a QRM, and we have to implement all this, and with a teamwork, we can do that. The references used for my presentation was Schedule M, D&C Act and Rules, ICH, 21 CFR, US FDA, WHO, and in fact, Mr. Mudda gave 2014 reference in his presentation, but he helped me with his PQR QMR quality risk management presentation of I think 2009, right? So what a archival system also he has, 2009 presentation he could retrieve in 2025. I'm a proud Indian. I'm sure you will join me in being a proud Indian also. We are pharmacy of the world and whatnot. I do not pick up my mobile phone because there is too much offering of loans and cars and insurance and whatnot, even though lady is there on the other end of the phone. But I see and reply to each and every email. So my email is there. Jai Hind, Vande Mataram. Thank you very much.
Session of honoring our dignitaries. So I would request you all to please take your seats and please put your hands together for the dignitaries who have been grateful enough to give us their valuable time and help us organize this excellent program. So, Mr. Banerjee, please get ready the may I request the lights to be switched on here? Lighting है क्या आज? May I request Shri Deepnath Roy Chaudhary ji to please honor Shri Arup Kumar Chatterjee sir, Deputy Drugs Controller India, CDSCO East Zone, with a memento and a floral welcome. A round of applause. May I request Shri Deepnath ji to please honor the Deputy Director, Directorate of Drugs Control, West Bengal, Shri Rothindranath Roy, SLA, and Deputy Drugs Controller, West Bengal. May I request Shri Partho Pal to please honor Shri Dara Patel, our Secretary General IDMA, with a floral welcome and an uttaryu. Okay, so requesting Mr. Partho Pal to please honor our first speaker of the day, Mr. S.M. Mudda sir, Chairman, Regulatory Affairs Committee, IDMA, and MD, MySom Labs, Malta. May I request Mr. Siddharth Paul to please honor our former National President, Deepnath Roy Chaudhary sir, with a floral welcome and a memento. So our Secretary General is here. May I request Mr. Siddharth Paul to please present a memento and a floral welcome to Dada sir. May I request our Chairman, West Bengal Chapter, IDMA, Shri Shiv Sagar Tiwari, Chairman, Managing Director, Burnett Pharmaceuticals, to please honor our Dr. Milind Joshi, Vice Chairman, Quality Management Technical Committee, who has been our speaker regarding quality risk management. Mr. Joshi was referring to Russian bodybuilders yesterday who have been giving higher dose of paracetamol. So I decided to have our most well-built person to give him the floral welcome. May I now request Dr. Sunil Kaushalji to please honor our third speaker, Dr. B.M. Rao, PhD CEO, Govt Associates, Hyderabad. May I now request Sri Siddharth Paul to please honor our Sri Jaideep Chatrapati, Director and Principal Computer System Compliance Consultant at Ingenico Technologies Private Limited. Our last speaker for the day, on a very interesting topic, I might add. Since it has been about building bridges, we are going to give the memento of a bridge, or Howrah Bridge, to our distinguished speakers. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind patience. We would request you to give a few minutes before the lunch is served, and we would request all our senior dignitaries to please move to the next room, TT room, where the lunch will be served for them in due course. And we will be joining here again at exactly 2 o'clock for the post-lunch session. So we are breaking for lunch now. Please allow the caterers a few minutes for the lunch to be set up. And the dignitaries, senior dignitaries are requested to move to the TT room right next door for the lunch and refreshments. Thank you. Since there is a lot of us as delegates, we would request a little bit order in the lunch counters. Lunch will be served a little later. 5-10 minutes is required for fresh food to be brought in. Small announcement, those who have their chauffeurs here, we have arranged for lunch boxes for the drivers, so please collect them from the registration desk. Drivers lunch box. ড্রাইভারদের লাঞ্চ বক্স রেজিস্ট্রেশন ডেস্ক থেকে কালেক্ট করে নেবেন যারা যারা ড্রাইভার আছেন। Ladies and gentlemen, those who have finished, please take your seats. Our speakers will be starting as soon as possible. যাদের খাওয়া হয়ে গেছে দয়া করে সিটে চলে আসুন, আমাদের শুরু করতে হবে। নিয়ে নিন তাড়াতাড়ি, ছবিটা তাড়াতাড়ি করে নিন সৌমিন্দ্র স্যারের সাথে। এই Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, our next speaker is Dr. B.M. Rao. He is the CEO of Govt Associates, Hyderabad. His presentation is about revised Schedule M, good practices in quality control. He has an excellent presentation prepared for the evening, for the afternoon. Dr. Rao is a PhD in chemistry, has 33 years of working experience in analytical R&D, quality control, and has worked in several reputed organizations like Dr. Reddy's, Janssen, Novartis, Zydus, Nicholas, and SOL Pharma. He has a sound practical knowledge of data integrity and has faced several regulatory audits of US FDA, EMEA, TGA, Health Canada, etc. He has also 80 scientific publications to his name and has guided 10 part-time PhD candidates. He has also received several awards during his lifetime. He has received the Chairman's Excellence Award, Dr. Reddy's Laboratory, and from Standards of Leadership Award at Johnson & Johnson at Janssen, and several other awards. He's also a batchmate of Dr. Our Honorable DCGI for DRL's leadership programs, and he has traveled extensively, USA, Mexico, and several other countries, and he has interacted with several big and emerging biotech companies, and he is an international speaker on data integrity, investigations, CSV, nitrosamine assessments, and inspection readiness. Dr. B.M. Rao is currently the CEO of Govt Associates Hyderabad and is providing consultancy services to top-tier pharmaceutical companies. We are very grateful for Dr. B.M. Rao's presence here. May I request Dr. B.M. Rao to please come onto the stage and give his presentation. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Loud here. You had a good lunch. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you. May I request everyone to sit in the back side? Can you please all? Excuse me. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me thank Mudda sir for inviting me here, and also the IDMA. This is almost my third or fourth session in IDMA. I have done some sessions in the past also. So in the next 45 minutes to 50 minutes, I am going to cover on the good practices in quality control. I think that is the topic of discussion today, actually, the title. And as per the revised Schedule M. But if you see revised Schedule M, it is about 124 pages document. It's a almost 100 plus pages document. And even if you read the QC part, it will be like almost 18 to 20 pages. It is very, very difficult to, read and remember, everything. So what I have done is, I have made the extract of the revised Schedule M with respect to the QC requirements, and I have made very, very precise presentation. So I have shared this presentation with Melvin and Sapna of IDMA. I am sure after this session, they will be sharing with all of you. So this is my favorite slide. In Dr. Reddy's every time, because I worked in Dr. Reddy's for about 15 years in 2 innings, so I have a lot of respect for the company. So I have seen the good days and bad days in Dr. Reddy's. When we had issues in FDA with 2015, 16, 17. So Dr. Reddy's always people talk about this statement, compliance is a license to operate. Means without basic compliance in manufacturing or QC, there is no privilege for anybody to operate the business. It means that meeting the legal and regulatory requirements is a prerequisite for a business to operate legally and ethically, gaining acceptance and legitimacy. Then coming to the, my presentation covers 3 portions. So the first portion is talks on the section 1, key principles of GMP for pharmaceutical products. In this, there are 2 sections because my session is going to be focusing only on the QC part. So 12.7 talks about quality control areas. And most important, section 19 talks about good practices in quality control. So I'm just going to talk about what are the high level, context is provided in the revised Schedule M. So in the quality control area, first the revised Schedule M is very, very specific about how to design the QC area and how well laboratories need to be designed. So if you can see my slide here, the QC laboratories must be fully separated from production areas. That is a basic requirement. And biological, microbiological, and other testing areas must be isolated from each other. Most important, the Schedule M also expect the labs have dedicated rooms for specific operations to avoid the cross-contamination. Fundamental thing, for example, if I am designing the QC labs, I have designed many QC labs and R&D labs. If I am designing the QC lab, I will make sure that I don't keep the HPLC and GC in the same place. Because if I keep HPLC and GC in the same place, I am doing the residual solvent analysis, organic volatile impurities in the GC. So what are the vapors coming out of the mobile phase or the solvents which can easily come into the GC as an exterior peaks. If I have a listed solvents 5, I get 7 peaks. So I get 2 peaks extra, So a lot of my time will be getting wasted in the investigation. So always, it is suggested to have a separate rooms. So that is the expectation given in the Schedule M. Then adequate ventilation with separate air handling units for sensitive testing areas. Proper construction materials to ensure safety, cleanliness, and durability. So this is the summary of the QC area design with respect to the Schedule M expectations. Then with respect to the storage, I think Schedule M expectations are very clear. I think there should be a clear storage facilities available for the retained samples, because we know in the QC, we always keep the retained samples after testing. So there is a requirement. And there should be a separate storage for the reference standards, and it should be refrigerated if needed. Because some reference standard we store at normal temperature, some standards we store at 2 to 8 degrees or deep freezer depending on the requirement. Then solvents and reagents should be stored separately in a proper ventilated areas and a proper record storage for easy retrieval. Because any inspection comes today, I think I am very glad after Dr. Rajiv Raghumshi is as a drug controller, I think a lot of improvements happened in our country. So in fact, now I think CDSCO also, they're very active. They're coming to the inspections, very surprise inspections. In Hyderabad, I know, at least, they're doing really a good job. So anytime any inspection comes from CDSCO or any other regulatory agency, it is important to have a proper record storage, and retrieval should be very fast. If they ask any records, the QA should be able to retrieve them and give them within 5 to 10 minutes. Most important slide, revised Schedule M talks about the independence of QC. So just to share my experience in Dr. Reddy's, 2012, 13, 14, Dr. Reddy's made a big mistake. Now I can talk. What they have done, the QC reporting has been done to manufacturing for 2 to 3 years. 2015, company got warning letter. Because there is a lot of influence of manufacturing person on the QC. You release my batch. API, for example, the sample given in the morning 10 o'clock, they want the COA by 3 o'clock. How it is possible? Because if the API testing, there is a residual solvents I have to test. I have to test for the sulfated ash. If I'm doing testing of sulfated ash, it takes at least 5-6 hours analysis. I cannot release the COA just like that. So a lot of mistakes have been done, because of the influence of the manufacturing on the QC. So the revised Schedule M is very clear that QC function must be independent. They should not come under the influence of the manufacturing. And the expectation is also very clear that the QC should be led by qualified, experienced personnel with proper authority. Then, what are the scope in the QC? Sampling testing, do regularly, evaluation of the test results. Whatever the test results generated in the QC should be properly evaluated. Because if you see in the QC, we always have doer and checker concept. I am the doing, somebody is checking the data. Okay, that is very, very critical. And approving or rejecting the raw materials, packing materials, and the finished product. So, QC will have the decision-making role in quality issues and deviation management. Unfortunately, in the industry today, what is happening? If some out-of-specification arises, even I am working as a consultant with many companies now, unfortunately, QC person who is made the OOS, he will not be in the part of the discussion. All other people will be there who don't know about that OOS. That is the sad part of the story. So I always make sure that when you have a CFT, cross-functional team, there should be a person who is involved, basically the analyst who made the OOS. He should be part of the discussion. He should know how the root cause has been investigated. Based on the root cause, what corrective and preventive action has been proposed. All these things, analyst should know. But unfortunately, in some places, the analyst who has made the mistake, he will not be in the part of the discussion. So you have to make sure that the analyst, the reviewer, and the responsible quality assurance, if it is the root cause is from the manufacturing, then manufacturing person should be there in the part of the investigation team. So this is very, very critical. And key requirements from the QC function, it talks about the all sampling and testing to be carried out by a trained QC personnel. Means I am the QC, I have to be sufficiently well trained and qualified to do the sampling. And it is my responsibility as a QA person to do the proper documentation of all QC activities, for sampling, testing, deviation, investigations. And finished product verification, approved composition, purity, correct labeling, packaging integrity, and compliance. So these are the expectations from the Schedule M on the QC function requirements. Then sampling and testing. Most important, samples must be truly representative of the batch or lot. For example, if I am doing sampling, I have an SOP, right? How many samples I have to take? For example, if you are a finished dosage facility, you are getting API from the API vendors. So if I get 25 containers, I am supposed to take the sample from the 100% of the containers. I have to take from all containers, do the identification test from each container, then I have to make a composite sample. So this is the expectation. Okay? So the procedures has to be very, very clearly defined for the sampling. And very, very important, in the Schedule M also it was mentioned that all the sampling equipment should be cleaned, sterilized after use to avoid any contamination. Because sometimes what happens, when we sample the API samples, I'll analyze for example, for the purity test by HPLC or for the residual solvent, I'm supposed to get 5 listed residual solvents, but I get additional 2 peaks. So it is my responsibility, I have to investigate what are the additional peaks, which is coming in the GC. Then Schedule M also expect to have a special care for hazardous or high potent materials during the sampling. So what precautions you will take? Then additional requirements are, because sometimes what people will do, people also will, some of the testing facilities I don't have in-house. So I want to accept the test results provided by the supplier certificate. I am giving lot of all the tests as a supplier. You know, I want to take the data from the supplier certificate and put it in my COA. So what Schedule M is expecting, supplier certificate of analysis accepted only after validation and regular audits. So I am sure your company will have a vendor quality management QA. So your vendor quality assurance should go to their facility, audit the facility. You have to gain the confidence. Then only you have to take the test results onto your COA. That is the expectation. And very, very important, every batch of printed packaging materials to be inspected for accuracy. So if you have multiple lots, you will get it, but it is the QC responsibility to ensure that every batch of the printed packaging materials to be inspected so that there are no mistakes. Then batch record review and investigations. So QC also will participate in the batch record review and investigations. How? No batch released without thorough review of QC documentation. So I have completed the batch, the testing has been completed. Together with the batch manufacturing record, all the QC raw data, QC testing data, everything should be reviewed very, very carefully before releasing the batch. And no batch shall be released without thorough review of the QC documentation. This is the expectation. Then it is also noted in the Schedule M that retention samples. So finished product retention samples I have to keep at least 1 year after the expiry. For example, my product is getting expired in 2 years, 24 months, or 36 months. So if it is expiring in 24 months, I have to keep my samples at least for 36 months. 1 year after the expiry. That is the expectation from the Schedule M. What about the active materials? Like for APIs, samples are retained at least 1 year beyond the finished product expiry. So please note that if you have the API which is charged into the finished product, that need to be kept even after 1 year expiry of your finished product. So you have to keep the retention of the API samples, make sure that they will be stored beyond 1 year of the finished product. And you all know that anyway we keep 2 times the quantity of my tablets, or any samples to do the retention samples in case of any testing. For example, if I get any market complaint, I have to do at least, I need to have samples to do the retesting. So at least the expectation from the Schedule M is I have to keep 2 times for the analysis. For example, I need 100 tablets for testing. I have to keep at least 200 tablets, as a retained samples for the, in case of any, complaints comes, market complaints received. Most important, stability studies. So stability studies also, Schedule M has clearly monitored. QC is responsible for monitoring the product stability and quality over the time. So we all know that when we do the stability, we'll write a protocol. In the protocol, we'll define, how many number of batches, what is the schedule, what is the test method we are using during the testing, and whether we have used 1 batch or multiple batches in the stability, and what are the storage conditions. These are all will be the part of the protocol. And stability re-verified after significant process or equipment or material change. What is the expectation from Schedule M? For example, if there is a change in the process of my drug product manufacturing, or there is any equipment change, or any API vendor change. So whenever you make these changes, it is the responsibility of the quality assurance to make sure that they will put 1 batch at least on the stability. Okay? Most important, the last point, whenever we give the expiration dates, okay, for the drug product, it will be only based on the real-time data. What is meant by real-time data? Real-time data is long-term stability data. It is not just based on, I have a good 6 months accelerated stability data. So I'll try to, some people will project, I have 6 months accelerated, 12 months long-term, I'll give for 1.5 years, 2 years like that. But the revised Schedule M expectation is clear. The expiry dates and shelf life shall be established only on the real-time stability data. The expectations regarding the computerized systems controls, the GMP-related computerized systems validated as per criticality of the IQ, OQ, and PQ. So I'm sure that colleague Jaideep is going to speak on this topic. So basically the 3 basic expectations: restricted access controls, audit trials for data changes. For example, if I am making any changing to my data, so my chromatographic data, I have checked the data, but I am doing some reprocessing of my chromatogram. So in the audit trail, it is the responsibility of the QC to write the comments in the audit trail, why I am again reintegrating the chromatograms. So when the audit trail data comes, I can say that I could not be able to, with particular process parameters, I could not able to integrate 1 peak properly, so I am reintegrating the chromatogram. So those type of comments has to be mentioned in the audit trail. Then backup and data protection. So how do you back up the data, and how do you protect your data, and what is your philosophy about the disaster management? These are the things to be part of your company philosophy. Most important expectation from Schedule M. Okay, you may not have all electronic systems, but you have some manual analysis. So what the expectation is, whenever I have a manual entry, there should be a double check. For example, I don't have a printer to my balance, but I'm taking a weight. So I am taking a weight as analyst 1. Some other person reviewer should be checked. He has taken the right weight and he has to countersign. So this is the basic expectation from the Schedule M. And this is the part 2. In the part 2, there are certain requirements given on the sterility and microbiology testing. Because in the OSD and injectables or the small volume parenterals or large volume parenterals, we do a lot of stability, a lot of testing, microbiology testing. So what are the expectations of revised Schedule M as per the with respect to sterility and microbiology? So what is the importance of sterility testing? Sterility testing is final and critical quality control step, ensures products are free from viable microorganisms, must be validated individually for each product. So whatever the sterility testing is there for each product, it need to be validated individually with respect to the specific product. Test method should meet pharmacopoeial standards. For example, if I have a pharmacopoeial method described in the IP, I need to suppose to follow the method from IP. So whenever I go to any company, many people do some mistakes. For example, I have an in-house method, I have the pharmacopoeia method. Which method you will follow? What is your preference? Anybody? You always should follow pharmacopoeial method. Because see, please note whether it is a USP or IP or any other pharmacopoeial methods, they are highly validated, they are legally acceptable. Because tomorrow if you have any complaint in the product, if you are challenging, for example, you have a market complaint, if you are doing with the, if it is as per the IP, domestic market, if you do with the IP monograph method, then you are safe. Nobody can challenge that. Okay? So I always suggest to the clients that always follow the pharmacopoeial methods. People will comment, I have the in-house method, this method is superior to pharmacopoeial method. My humble suggestion to everyone, never use the word superior to pharmacopoeia. This is very, very dangerous statement. Because I have seen also some reports, method verification report. I have verified both pharmacopoeial method, I have verified the in-house method. People will write a statement, my method is more superior to pharmacopoeia method. That is more dangerous. Because it can never be superior. Because no method is superior, no method is inferior. From the analytical, because I am from the analytical R&D background, no method is superior, no method is always fit for purpose. Fit for the product, fit for the test. So this is very, very important. Then other requirements around the sterility testing, test sample must be represented the entire batch. For the aseptically filled products, you need to collect the samples from start, end, and after the line interruptions. So whenever you are doing the aseptic processing, if there is an interruption on the line, you are expected to take, after the line interruption also, you have to take some additional samples. For heat sterilized products, samples from the coolest part of the sterilizer load, the most challenging location. So this is the expectation from the revised Schedule M. How do you assure the sterility? Assurance of sterility, it will be achieved by sterilization cycle validation for terminally sterilized products, media simulation, that is media fill for aseptic process. How do you ensure that? By reviewing the batch manufacturing records, environmental monitoring results, and sterility test outcomes before the batch release. So before every batch release, it is important for the quality assurance to make sure that what are the outcome of the sterility test, they are meeting all the requirements. Parametric release in the sterile manufacturing. Because sometimes, people also will do parametric release. Because I want to release the batch, I want to send the batch to the market. It will take, during the transportation, it will take 7 to 10 days in the transportation. I want to do the parametric release. What are the allowed, criteria? So revised Schedule M has clearly mentioned, it is only allowed for terminally sterilized products, not for the aseptically processed products. And it is strictly validated based on the strictly validated sterilization process. Continuous monitoring of sterilization parameters should be there in place, and there should be comprehensive documentation when you are doing the parametric release, supporting the parametric release. Because if I am doing parametric release, as a QA, it is my responsibility to ensure that I will be doing every documentation properly so that it will be properly justified. What are the requirements around endotoxin testing? So Schedule M mentions that it is mandatory for water for injection, intermediates, finished sterile products, especially injectables. If somebody is manufacturing injectables, here these are the requirements for endotoxin testing. Testing performed using pharmacopoeial methods after verification. Okay, I have the pharmacopoeial method, but I am not the microbiologist. But I know that even the microbiological methods, if they are published in the pharmacopoeia, they will be verified for their, accuracy and precision, because the sample size may vary. So based on the sample size, they will be doing the further verification of the pharmacopoeial method. Most important, continuous monitoring of water systems and products to prevent the contamination. And Schedule M also talks about certain special focus on LVPs, large volume parentals. So what Schedule M is saying, for the large volume parentals, additional care should be taken. So for LVPs, it is mandatory endotoxin testing for water, intermediates, and finished product. It mandates. And strict environmental and bioburden monitoring. Any test failures triggers intermediate investigation and corrective actions. In case of any failure with respect to the endotoxin testing, it is the responsibility of the QA to trigger the, whatever the investigation, trigger the OOS, do the investigation, and put proper corrective and preventive actions in place. Use of rapid microbiology methods. So now, excellent. Actually, revised Schedule M talks about use of rapid microbiology test methods. Because you know that even sterility testing, we can do the rapid sterility testing. Sterility testing usually takes about 14 days. So even there is a rapid sterility testing equipment has come in the market where it can give an indication within 1 day, whether the sterility is going to pass or fail after 14 days. So just to share my experience during the COVID days, Dr. Reddy's manufactured Remdesivir, which is the required drug during the COVID time. So Mr. Prasad called us and he asked, why QC, you have purchased a, rapid, sterility testing mission. Why don't you quickly validate, the conventional sterility method versus the rapid testing method? And immediately we have done, because if Remdesivir is going into the market late, the patients will die. So at that time, we used only the help of, rapid sterility testing instrument, to release the batches into the market within 1 day, instead of waiting for 14 days for sterility testing. Then rapid microbiology methods, as per the revised Schedule M, are allowed only for the water quality monitoring, environmental monitoring, bioburden detection. And these methods are fully validated, proven by comprehensive assessment with the standard methods. So they are very clearly given. If you have a standard method, you are using some rapid testing method, you have to prove the equivalency. So I have developed a rapid testing method. I have a manual method, earlier method. So I have to take some 3 batches. I have to show the equivalency. Both methods are giving the same result, But however, this rapid microbiology methods helps in faster product release while maintaining these safety standards, Integration with environmental monitoring. So sterility test results are always must be aligned with environmental monitoring records, manufacturing process controls. Any deviation or contamination shall be investigated through a proper investigation. There is a specific section in the revised Schedule M on the investigations and corrective actions with respect to the any failures on the sterility or endotoxin. What Schedule M is expecting, the QA quality assurance should do immediate root cause analysis. One of the big flaw in our system, in our companies, today we have a failure of the finished product. We don't do the root cause analysis immediately, because one of the challenges is, any OOS, if you see, if I get any out of specification result, I have to log my OOS within 24 hours. Okay, I log within 24 hours, but I'll do investigation only after 48 hours. We'll do aram say. Then what happened? Because if there is any murder happens, what police will do? FIR. They'll come and do the inspection very, very fast, so that they will not miss any evidences. In the similar way, when we get a OOS, we have to see around the workbench what happened. If any analyst has used the wrong, pipette, any dilutions has done, everything has to be checked immediately. Unfortunately, sometimes root cause analysis will be delayed. Then we don't get any root cause. We write the root cause with our imagination, which is unacceptable to the FDA inspectors or any regulator. So the expectation from revised Schedule M also, you have to do the immediate root cause analysis, then batch quarantine or rejection, then appropriate corrective and preventive actions, CAPAs are defined, in the report. Many times the challenge, many times people will write my CAPA. What is the CAPA, favorite CAPA? Anybody can tell in the laboratory? Anybody? You are doing some CAPAs, after OOS investigations. What is the favorite CAPA people write? Training, right? Analyst is not done his job properly, so I am retraining him. Okay? So these the people will write as a corrective action, but this corrective action is no more acceptable to any regulator. Because why? As analyst, I am QC analyst, I am qualified, I am experienced, qualified. Okay, I am doing the testing every day. Okay, technically I am qualified on the technique, what I am doing. My method is validated, my instrument is calibrated. So everything is correct, right? And I have released already 100 batches. I am saying 101st batch I made some mistake, I am getting retraining. So this is not into the sinking well, So FDA, any inspectors are not accepting this type of argument now. Just to conclude on the sterility and endotoxin part, sterility assurance is not just testing. It's a result of robust systems, validated processes, and continuous monitoring. This is the statement given in the Schedule M. Endotoxin control is critical for patient safety. Adoption of rapid methods enhances efficiency, but must be within the compliance. Because you are using the rapid methods as an advantage, you are releasing the product within 1 day into the market, instead of waiting for 14 days testing, sterility testing, but it is your responsibility as a manufacturer and your QA to make sure that there should not be any risk to the patient. Patient safety is most important. Following these practices, revised schedule M given in a bold ensures quality, compliance, and patient safety. And last few slides, specific laboratory controls. I don't know how many people are from the API manufacturing here. There are certain specific laboratory controls given for the API manufacturing facilities. So laboratory controls, this is same, like it should be independent quality unit should be there, right? Sampling, testing, approval, proper record should be there. Specification, scientifically sound, appropriate, regulatory compliant, drafted, reviewed, and approved by quality unit. So these are the general requirements. And a specification of the API should include the control of organic impurities, like impurities by HPLC, GC, inorganic impurities. So today, if you see, even I am sure IP also removed the heavy metal testing. We'll have the test methods by ICP OES or ICP-MS, or the inorganic impurities by atomic absorption spectrophotometry. And residual solvents, microbial purity specifications with action limits, endotoxin limits wherever applicable, and deviations from the procedure. If I am not following the procedure, I need to explain why I am not following the procedure. It shall be recorded with the proper explanation. We already talked about this, out of specification results handling. It should be investigated as per the documented procedure, data analyzed, problems assessed, corrective actions documented. And there is a clear expectation around the reagents management, how the reagents, because many people will give the reagents expiry. So I prepared the reagent today. I am using this reagent only for 3 days, 10 days, 15 days. So the regulatories also ask what is the basis for giving these expiration days for the reagents. So for the chemicals, whichever you use it in the QC lab, if the manufacturer is giving 1 year expiry, I cannot use it for more than 1 year. So I can use well before the 1 year. So those things have to be properly, put it in our in-house standard operating procedures. Reference standard managements, there is a clear expectation. Primary reference standards, because IP is also providing the reference standards. Okay, I prefer to use always the pharmacopoeia standards, but I know it is incurs additional cost. But whenever you have a dispute in the market, always test with the pharmacopoeia method, test with using the pharmacopoeia standard. Then you can have a good ground to argue on your quality of your product. Whenever I make a secondary reference standards, working standards, it should be qualified against the authentic pharmacopoeia standards. And I'll do the requalification of standards periodically. For example, I'll give 1 year expiry. Again, I do the requalification. So as long as I requalify through protocol, I keep using the standard. So for the APIs, every batch of the API intermediate to be tested to ensure the conformance. Impurity profile include all the identified known and unknown impurities with classification of organic impurities, inorganic impurities, residual solvents. And today, you know that one of the hot topic in last 4 years is nitrosamine impurities, NDSRIs. If you see our IP, which is launched in Delhi in July 2022, I was there in that event in Delhi. Even today, IP General Chapter also talk about nitrosamine impurities. Huh? Still, Indian manufacturers are not geared up to do the assessment of nitrosamine impurities, but that is the requirement given in the IP. What is the risk to the patient? Just to share my experience in Dr. Reddy's is manufacturing, they have 72 manufacturing units outside, within India, external manufacturing. Like, for example, Akums, they manufacture a lot of drug products for Dr. Reddy's. So, metformin, one of the largest consumption for the diabetic patients. So, as an ethical company, Dr. Reddy said that even for the India market, we do the nitrosamine assessment for the all metformin lots, which is supplied in India, regularly. Make sure that nitrosamine impurities are well within the limit. So, that is also, I have not captured here because it is not part of revised schedule M, but nitrosamine impurities also, definitely it will come very fast. It is one of the, compliant requirement for the drug product manufacturers. Certificate of analysis, the expectations are very clear about what are the things to be captured in the COA when you issue the COA for each batch of API intermediate. Okay, what it contains. And please note that the COA should be signed only by the authorized quality personnel with manufacturer details. So, I am authorized to sign the COA. My job description as a quality assurance person, it should be mentioned in my JD that I am responsible to release the batch. I can approve the batch and I can sign on the certificate of analysis. Stability monitoring of the APIs. So the ongoing stability program will be there anyway. So the expectation, like other regulators, revised Schedule M, stability studies must be validated, stability indicating methods. So always we talk about, it is my favorite PhD topic. So stability indicating methods. So whenever I'm developing a method, validating the method, I'll make sure that my assay method and impurity methods are stability indicating. Because if there is any change in the API or drug product during the storage stability, if there is any degradation products or impurities formed, method should be properly able to detect and quantify those impurities. And the expectation in the revised Schedule M is very clear. I have to store my API samples or drug product samples in the containers simulated the actual marketing packing. For example, my API, I'll put my API in the double polythene bag, triple laminated aluminum bag, put the aluminum bag in the HDP container. So I'll keep in the same stimulated small packs, I have to put it in the stability chamber. So that is the expectation from the Schedule M. It also clearly emphasizes, first 3 commercial batches should be included in the stability program. I have developed the API process, I have scaled up the batches, first 3 batches should go into the stability. Then, every annually 1 batch should be put it on the stability. That is called annual stability monitoring for the continuous production. And expiration dates, I already talked about it in my previous slide. It is assigned, retest or expiry dates are assigned based only on the stability data results, only on the long-term data. And representative samples to be taken for retained for retesting, shelf life adjustment based on long-term stability data. This is the highlight given in the Schedule M. Same like drug product, retention samples, reserve samples retained for future quality verification, not for stability testing. Very clearly given in Schedule M. Then retention samples should be stored for 1 year post-expiry or API samples I am talking. These slides are specifically for the APIs. They should be stored 1 year post-expiry or 3 years after distribution, whichever is longer. So this is my last slide. On the analytical method validations, revised Schedule M is very clearly given about the expectation that all your in-house analytical methods, if the method is developed in-house by your in-house R&D, it should be validated as per the ICH guidelines. Because today if you see ICH Q2 R2, okay, Q2 R2 has given clearly, what type of methods to be validated. If the method is for the identification, what type of validation is required. If method is for the qualitative assessment, what type of validation is required. If it is for the quantitative, what type of validation is required. So even our Schedule M talks about referring to the ICH guidance. You have to use the ICH as a basic guidance. And the suitability of all methods verified under actual usage. So I'll check my methods after the validation for the stability samples. So I'll see if there is any impurities or any degradation products forming on the stability, my method should be able to, see those impurities in my analysis and able to detect and quantify at appropriate accuracy and precision. Most important, modifications to the validated methods shall be documented with supporting evidence. Means I validated the method, I am running the method regularly in the QC. And one of the biggest problem today in the QC labs also, I use method for the 100 batches. Today 101 batch. Sir, my method is not good, I have some problem with this method. How you can say that? Because when your batch you are releasing, you are never questioning your method. And when your batch is problem, then you say that my method extraction there is some problem, or I am not able to do the proper extraction, or sonication I have to do for additional 10 minutes. Okay, my method says about only 15 minutes sonication, but I am doing another 10 minutes, then only I am getting the proper recovery. So these type of arguments will not fly in front of the auditors, when they come for the inspection. So this is the very crisp presentation I have prepared from the revised Schedule M, already shared with Mudha sir. I am sure that he will share with the IDMA team. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. मेरा लैपटॉप ले रहा हूँ JDP का इसमें
Thank you, Dr. Rao, for this excellent presentation. I hope our audience is preparing the questions for the Q&A session. Please hand over, after the next session, please hand over the questions to Mr. Ardhendu Banerjee. Mr. Banerjee, please raise your hand. Mr. Ardhendu Banerjee or Mr. Ajoy there, please hand over the documents of your question answers at the end of the next session so that we can have a productive question and answer session after this. Okay? So we will be going to the last presentation of our day. It's a very interesting presentation. It's about electronic data management and CSV principles. It is being presented by Mr. Jaideep Chhatrapati ji, Director and Principal Computer System Compliance Consultant at Ingenico Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Chhatrapati, CSV stands for comma separated values. Right. I got a bit muddled up regarding that. Anyway, thank you. As you see, I am still a learner in terms of these terms. A small introduction for Mr. Chhatrapati. He's a subject matter with a penchant for deploying and optimizing technological solutions for GXP compliance for pharma and regulated industry. Experienced professional in IT and QA compliance, CSV, data integrity, remediation with an overall experience of 33 years, where the last 22 years has been a hands-on experience in GXP, predicate rules, 21 part CR 11, PI/S, EU Annex 11, WHO and other regulations. His current roles and responsibilities include a consultancy for GAMP 5 based on compliance frameworks, assessments, remediation and IT procedures, audit and compliance for all these 21 CFR Part 11, Annex 11 and other integrity paradigms. He's also working on data governance and data integrity risk assessments framework. He has traveled extensively to Canada, Germany, UK, South Africa and faced audit and remediation support for US FDA, EU, WHO, TGA and ANVISA. So without any further delay, I would request Mr. Chhatrapati to please enlighten us on this new paradigms of electronic data management and the computer system validation principles. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. Yeah, you can hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, my sincere thanks, of course, to Shrimudda sir, and for being an inspiration for driving the quality excellence and inspiring me personally for being a fit person always, right? Not a fit only in the quality, but also as a health-wise, right? And also thankful to the regulatory body here, IDMA India, as well as IDMA Local Chapter, for giving me this opportunity to speak with such dignitaries. You know, you have heard Mr. Mudda, Mr. Joshi, Dr. Rao. They are stalwart in their field, and it has been my privilege to be on the same podium with them, talking about this subject. But when I talk about this subject, like Mr. Joy has happened, what is a CSV and CSV, right? So there is a lot of confusion in our industry when we talk about computerized system, electronic data management, compliance is part even also one of the buzzwords. I say, why? We have to just focus on what we do best, right? We have to focus what we do best. And the computer system or software or IT practices are just a support tool. And it's not that we are unfamiliar with them, right? Everyone is using mobile, right? Everyone is using a computer. We have been used to the Nokia phone, right? And now we are using an iPhone, we are using an Android-based phone with a lot of application built in. So we are tuned to the changes, right? We are tuned. By default, we are tuned to the changes. We are able to, absorb technology very fast. So in a pharma also, when we talk about electronic system or computerized system, it should not be that much difference. My passion is this field. My passion is not having only computer system as implemented. My passion is making it simplify to understand and implement, because there are lots and lots of regulation guidelines talking about the same thing in a different way. Right? When you look at the various documentation guidelines, there are too many buzzwords being thrown at. Right? So my passion is, or what I believe in is, it should not be that much a burden. The way we have adapted from Nokia to iPhone, we should be similarly able to adapt what are the current practices are talk about. And this has been a very good initiative by IDMA and revising the chapter, revising the Schedule M, because it was not that quality was not built into the schedule, but perception of quality. As I remember Mudda Saab talking about, we have thought compliance is the goal, not quality as a goal. Right? If you build in the quality as a part of our practices, right? Compliance or audit clearance is automatic output, right? Why you should worry about it? Why you should prepare for? Why should be audit ready? I hear a lot of time, we need to be audit ready. Why we should worry about that thing where a quality is built in? But when I say quality built in, right? How do we do that? How do you do that, right? Because there is a lot of paperwork. In a pharma, as a domestic industry or the regulation, perceived regulation expectation, there are a lot of proofs needed, evidences needed, records needed, and there are a lot of paperwork. Now, we all know managing paperwork is too difficult, right? Managing paper and maintaining data integrity. It's the biggest channel, because when you say data, it's not only electronic data, paper is also data, right? Whatever we write down in a logbook is also data. My logbook is also record. So if you are going to manage manually or I'm not used to Flash, sorry, manage by paperwork, it is going to be difficult. So what is the best way? Have software system in place, have computer system in place, the way we are used to storing our Aadhaar card, right? Even the driving license in a DigiLocker, right? Why can't we have our own data, our GMP records stored inside the computer? And that has been, as I believe, has been the perception and which has driven the enhancement of the revised Schedule M to bring expectation of computer system and data management as a part of the new rule, right? So, yeah, of course, these are the slides. I will run through them. The purpose is not to talk about the slides. As Dr. Rao said, they will be available, and you can go through them. Interestingly, this slide which I am presenting is also one of the way we are using technology. These slides, not a single slide is made by me. It is by AI, right? I use the AI tool. So this is the output, right? So we are in a different way using AI, right? And artificial intelligence, right, to use it. But when we use word AI, the first word is artificial. The important word is intelligence. So intelligence comes from where? Intelligence comes from the experience, process knowledge. Every person sitting here, right? If we do not use software system or computerized system to build our knowledge, right? Intelligence, they are just garbage in, garbage out. In IT terminology, say it is garbage in, garbage out. So it is not useful. So we need to understand why I'm using this, what I'm going to do about it. I should not worry about because the computerized systems are there or software are there, I want to change the way I'm working. I need to know what I'm good about, what I know what is the best practices, build it into software. Build into software. So then, my favorite lines, software works for you, you do not work for software, right? Whenever you talk about software or computer system, what we do? We depend upon some of the vendor or supplier, nothing wrong in that, they know this process. But that is not the purpose, right? Purpose is you take them, utilize your process knowledge, and use the system, equipment, processes, software to work for you. So how they can make you work for you? Build your intelligence, process knowledge, which has been accumulated over the years, right? Accumulated over the years. The way I am seeing, number of time, I will walk through all this slide also, but I just share some of the experience. I have seen number of places we are implementing a lot of software system in a quality, in a QA practices, in laboratory practices. A typical example like somebody mentioned, like Dr. Joshi, Milind Joshi mentioned about change management or change records or CAPA. Now softwares are also there. Now, the way I have seen, when I implement new software, we put aside what we know, right? We give, once again, the practices right to define the practices to the junior guy. He doesn't know. He's a good guy. There's nothing wrong with the person. But we do not build our knowledge into part of my change control process. Suppose, as an example, in my SOP talks about certain type of control we are critical, and those type of control take some type of fixed action. We anyway know. When I have paper-based system, we know because it's written somewhere as a part of Annexure 1 or Annexure 2. Okay, these are the type of changes, these are major changes, these are minor changes, this is the way I should do. But when we put that into software, what happens? That is not built into software. Though we are saying we are using software. Once again, somebody who is initiating change decide whether it's critical or minor or low. So where is my knowledge gone? Point I'm driving is, if we are buying any software anywhere, right, we should think about what is my knowledge, whether I'm building that repository and going to use that, for more and more, or like I say, continual improvement at, decision making, yeah? Knowledgeable decision making, not just because it is there. So that is the way computer system or software should be termed at. And these are the type of, things I, drive, and I believe with this initiative in a revised Schedule M, there are various ways, various conditions, various expectations which has been put forward, which talk about, which, broadly the topic today, electronic data management, how do you say my data which is electronic is control, and secondly, which way I can say it is under control, matlab, is it validated or not? Validated is nothing but I'm proving the evidence, the system is going to run as intended, right? There is no difference in the meaning. Okay, I'll just move ahead. One thing, I added this slide in the morning itself because I keep on hearing these words, digitization, computerization, digitalization, automation. There is a distinct difference. Sorry, sir. Yeah, there is a distinct difference, right, between these four terminology. Digitization is nothing but, putting some text somewhere, right? Earlier we've been used to, very initial stages I remember, Sun Pharma somewhere, they wanted all their market record to be in a software form. So they put they asked the agency, and they just copy, put in for PDF form and put into storage form. There's nothing but converting my current paper record into digital form, digit form. There's digitization. Next step when we talk about is computerization. All Word and Excel and everything we are using is nothing but doing the same paper process we have been doing into paper. We are now doing it inside the computer, or what is a computerization. When we say using the software system to run my process, workflow, change control workflow, Kappa workflow, these are different. When I build an authority, there is a digitalization. And finally, automation is repeatedly, consistently, the software is taking care of the process which are already built in. So every time I do not raise the change control, right? If I identify this type of control, software is taking decision, this is a critical observation. Mr. Joy, hey. So, and difference, I'll tell you a very simple example. You'll be happy about to learn this thing. We have been using Google Maps, right? We all know Google Maps, right? Everyone is very familiar with Google Maps in a car and everything, right? What have we been doing very first when there was no Google Map? We have been using paper maps to go from A to B, right? A to B, right? Then later on that Google Map, as it is, we have put as a car somewhere, digital form. Nothing else, so just paper, but showing on my screen. That is still digitization, right? What is my next step, right? That was nothing but my computation. What is my next step? Nowadays, when we go, right, it gives a direction. If I say I want to from A, I want to with B, they give me the shortest path. So now what is doing? Backend, they have understood the process. Backend data has been collected and shown to me. So this is nothing but my digitalization of the process. But still it is not automation. What is automation? Tesla, right? I sit in the car. I said I want to go to Lake Club. So it's automatically car takes me to the Lake Club. So this is nothing but the automation. So there is a difference when you say computerization, one say digitalization and automation. Though in a general word, we use this interchangeably. But when you define the processes, when you select the software, we should be very clear what it means for, right? We need to show, because one of the slide, we are going to talk about very standard traditional validation process. We talk about URS, FS, DS. These are not unknown words, I believe, right? Everyone is familiar with URS, or user requirement specification, which is nothing but the way I want to run the process using this software, correct? The simple meaning of URS, I want to computerize or digitalize my process. I want to run it this way. So unless I put my clear expectation, right? Unless I give the granularity, like suppose in future I want to use it for AI, right? Now remember, in AI, the base is database. The way I provide the intelligence, the more detailed and more structured the data, right? More structured the data, I can make more informed decision. What is another example? We all know about, a lot of things we talk about Google. Google keeps on hearing us, right? To improve their speech to text. We keep on hearing. What they do? They keep on collecting country-wide data, isn't it? We know all these things. We all talk about those things. Okay, Google keep everything on, camera is on. But backend, what they are doing, they are collecting country-wide data of how Indians speak English, how Brazilians speak English, and what they're creating. They are creating a backend model. And then they can give us output, right? So that is intelligence they are gathering, data they are gathering. So as much data we are able to gather, we can have better output. So when we talk about selecting or using in a software system, yes, because there are a lot of new technologies coming up, there are new way the problem can be solved. We are depending upon the vendors who are expert in their software. But at the same time, we should not lose the focus about our process knowledge, our URS. I'm telling you some of this upfront because many a time I've seen, we leave URS and hand to the vendor and we say, you give me some document, I will sign it, right? There's a way happening. So this is one of the observations. Now, as I say, another term, when you say computer system or computerized system or software, this has been taken from a PICS as a guideline. As I say, a photo will not come good here. It is from the PICS guideline. So please, don't worry, this presentation is available to everyone, right? And this is a very common depiction of computerized system. It is not only software. It is not only computer. It's a whole process. So it involves my computer hardware or the software or application software. It also involves the back-end operating system. And it also involves the front-end people as well as processes. Processes is governed. So when you talk about everything, this becomes my computerized system. So when the expectation of CSV, right, computerized system validation, it is not only computer validation or something. It's about making how you are showing with your hardware, with your software, with your processes and your practices, you are able to demonstrate that my system is under control. End of the day, any computer system is not doing anything extra. It is not running the process. It is supporting the process. The process has to do its own work. As I say, there are different type of equipment we are already using. In a manufacturing, there are a number of type machines. Some very simple PLC plus simple SCADA. Some with PLC plus HMI, right? Their API, in a larger company, people go for small or big data acquisition system or data distributed control system. Building management system, broadly it is called, is nothing but the automated HVAC, heating ventilation control. Though many occasions we are still using the term BMS, but though it is not a right term, but still it's like Xerox, like every photocopy we say Xerox. So BMS also is that way. Laboratory, I think many people from the audience are from quality laboratory. We know we use a lot of standalone equipment with the software, titration, UV, and then we also utilize small balances also, small pH meter also. We just give the printout and output. And we are using chromatography, M-Power or Chromium or LC solution type of software which allow extensive analysis. All these things, plus if we are using data document management system or quality management system software, ERP, all this become nothing but my different type of computer system. In a Schedule M, you read the line based on the complexity, criticality, blah, blah, blah. You need to decide the validation. So when you talk about computer system, there are so many ways. Something like very simple machine balance or pH meter, though there is a programmable file inside, it is also giving some output, right? So that is also in a way computerized system or computerized instrument. In a QC terminology, we are classifying differently. Like some of the things are computerized instrument, computerized equipment, and there are additional thing we are calling the computerized system. So these are all different systems with different complexity. Idea is to understand how complex it is, which part is my under control, which part is I am able to influence, and that requires to be validated. Validation is nothing but the putting into control, and when we talk about control, when there's electronic system, data will come into picture, right? So that's the reason that regulation talk about data integrity, right? Because whatever you do manually, if you are going to do in the computer, I want similar or higher level of assurance, control, right? To make sure whatever output I'm generating or submitting, they need to be authentic and reliable, right? So that is another reason why we talk about, now these are various manufacturing records we all know about. There are a few slides. A lot of equipments, there are logbooks are there. There could be, any of this thing can be used using the software system, right? Methods we talk about, sample, labels, right? All these are different type of data. Manually, yeah, electronic we are using, okay? These are different examples. And nothing to do. But the point is, in our processes in any of the department, if you are using computerized system. See, if I say machine, now when it focuses on the quality laboratory, right? So we say software which is in a QC is only important for the quality records. Not necessarily, right? In a production, right? We have a SCADA system or PLC-based system. The PLC also have a program. We may be printing out the reports, right, when the machine batch ends. So report printout is depending on the electronics, something which has happened inside the computer or PLC. Right? So this is also need to be controlled. Why I'm telling you? Most of the time, we even don't know what is the base software which is generating the data or output. Output, I can have liberty to take electronically or keep it electronically or print on a paper. In a chromatography system, we may be right now creating all analysis inside systems, M-Power or Chromium, but we are still taking printout of chromatogram, right? We'll be taking printout of all these things, outputs, chromatographing or measurements, and we'll be signing those things. So it's a combination. It's a combination of both, electronically as well as paper. So we need to worry about controls over both the aspects. So I'll move to see. Now, these are some of the buzzwords, in the industry. Data integrity, Alcoa, Alcoa Plus, very recently, Alcoa Plus Plus, right? By 21 CFR Part 11, I think many of the people or many of the vendor-driven companies, we all know about Part 11 control, right? We heard, in a way, we are US FDA driven, audited country, and most of the company knows about, or most of the vendors say, my software is part and control, right? We are familiar with this term, or Alcoa Plus, how many of us have heard about it, Alcoa Plus? Okay, part 11? Okay, very few, surprise. Okay, good. Anyway, no problem. That's the reason, one of the reasons most of the time, I have not pushed those words, I just put the expectation. End of the day, if I say part 11, Alcoa Plus, Schedule M, everything is an expectation. It's presented differently, right? It's presented differently in a different section of that rule. Fundamental expectation remain the same, right? My data, everything should be, whenever I create any record, what is this meaning? What is the record? Electronically, there are chances of manipulation, right? When you do anything in the computer, there are chances of possibly I can delete data. I can, remove the data. I can put my removal on that thing. I can, write. If I've been doing a paper, I can throw away the paper. Electronically, what I can do? I can erase the file, right? I can, manipulate. I can recreate the results. I can redo the data entry. Okay. So when we can able to do that, how do you ensure, right, that whatever output you are showing me is under control, right? Is an authentic or true result, and it is not manipulated. And to do that, there are certain expectations which are built in a software, which are generally recognized as Alcoa or data integrity principle, and Schedule M also have a various expectations which broadly talk about authorizations, access controls, audit trail expectation, data storage, data backup, right? Data availability. These are all basic expectations which talk about you tell me who is authorized to create this record, if this record is created, who is able to change the record, if it has been changed, whether I can see those changes or not, whether I can evaluate the changes, everything is correct, shall I get, unbiased, unedited output for that thing. And once the records are created, as per the requirement of the regulations, we have to retain them for a certain period, because all records, the product shelf life, we have to keep the records, irrespective whether it's a paper record or is it an electronic record. So fundamentally remain the same. Retention is as per your product. Whatever rule which governs, right, whatever rules or governs your retention period, it also governs the electronic record management. So what will come into picture? Retention in soft form. And there are various technology available. So when we retain the system into soft form, we need to also make sure we should be able to recreate at the time required. If you store the data for 10 years, right? In 11th year, if I want to investigate something, the technology has changed. Technology has changed, right? So I need to be very sure. If the way I store the records, the way I back up the record, I should be able to retrieve and review it the same manner which was created. So there is nothing but the callable retrieval rule. Example, risk assessment, Mr. Joshi, Milan Joshi suggests about the Web 5 and everything. My example is a different way. My marriage, like marriage tape, right? It was a tape that time, right? VHS tape, when you do the video that time. Now, subsequently, that VHS technology went away, correct? So I still want to have evidence of my marriage, right, which was that tape. It was not there. So I have to make sure, proactively, I converted into storage form, different form which was presented at that time. After 5 years, and again the technology changed, so I'm backing up and keeping some current drives, right, to make sure that evidences remain, and whenever I want to see it, I can see it, right, without losing, of course, pixel strength and everything will get lost, but without losing the main content. I'm able to see that, I'll be able to see my marriage ceremony, everything. So now apply that to the practices. Apply that to practices, which is the expectation when we talk about data backup, retrieval, and in a word which has been used in a Schedule M also, availability. Availability matlab, I can view the data as the way it was stored, when it was created at that time, right? I should have, otherwise just having the data. Now, number of places which I've gone, I do a lot of, auditing or, assessment. People have been saving the file, record into PDF, very common. By chance it has happened, when I went there, I opened certain file in PDF, it was not able to show, because the PDF version was changed and they did not have those versions. So that is a very small example, but it happened. So we need to be very vigilant when you talk about technology. We need to be with the technology, understand, and that's the reason. There are various procedures that are kept out, right? The procedures are there for data backup, restore, periodic verification of stored data. Periodic verification of stored data is not just because regulatory want it, right? It does not because regulatory want, because it has to ensure if I want to see it after 4 or 5 years and I open that, I should be able to view as it was stored. Right? That is the fundamental reason. So do not do the practices for the sake of it because it's a regulatory expression. It is for your own. Many of the suppose method validation and every processes you have kept somewhere, right? And you want to reuse them, and you are not able to open those files. It's not useless to you, right? So that is the fundamental reason of this thing. So when you talk about electronic data or electronic data integrity controls, ALCOA or ALCOA plus is not a regulatory term. It's a term which is coined, right? And this is based on this first letter, like ALCOAC. If you see, these are the first letters of that word. And this has been coined and, by some US compliance officer, and that has stuck. But meaning is there. Whenever there is electronic data, it should be attributable. Very simple is written there, right? Who has performed the action? When? To when, there is three, contemporaneous, right? Contemporaneous, it has to be recorded when the activity is done. Not afterwards, not beforewards. Somebody, you mentioned like backdated. So backdated is not allowed, right? Forward data is also not allowed. It has to be recorded at the time it was done, right? Then and then I have believed the data is true. Of course, it has to be legible, right? I cannot just have some random access memory. After I close the record, it will go away, right? It has to be there. It should be readable. It should be legible. What is another meaning of legible? In a paper, we write down something, it is very clear. We cancel, right? GDP, our good documentation practice tells us what? Do not cancel, do not put too many sign and everything. So in computer, what is legible in a different way? I should not be overwriting the data. I should not be allowed to save as that critical data which are supposed to be kept as a record, right? If I save as, that means I'm overwriting and I'm meaning the purpose. Now, some of the times, save as is also allowed with capturing the changes. So which is nothing but the audit trail, attributor. Then I know who has made the change, when has they made the change, what are these changes, which is in a general computer term which we call this audit trail. Now even audit trail also, only having audit trail is not sufficient, right? I should know who has made the change. So then we go back and look at our practices. We have to ensure that I have a practice which is able to identify this ID or this number or this nomenclature which is put, I can attribute to single person, unique. I cannot have an ID which say operator. I cannot have an ID which say analyst, right? You understand? I can have 10 analysts, and any of one person could have done the change, auditor will capture analyst. So that is also not expected. Expectation is, even analysis is there, his ID should be there. ID which is traceable to that person only, not group of person, not role. So those are the expectation when you say attributable. Contemporaneous, as I said, when I say contemporaneous, what is expectation? Time and date needs to be controlled. If my computer, I'm using computer, if I can change my date and time, right? Then once again I'm losing the purpose. I cannot always manipulate when it was created. So unless and until, we have a two-type situation in laboratory or otherwise. There are standalone system or instrument, and there are system or instrument which are connected to network, right? So whenever there are two sources of time, okay, one is my PC, right, that is giving the time. Another is, if it's a network, server is giving my time. So we need to have implementation or control as well as procedural governance, which talk about how can I say data is recorded at time of activity. So I must make sure my PC machine time and date cannot be changed by anyone other than IT admin, IT administration person, right? And if it is a server is connected, I should make sure only server time is directly captured. Whenever I create like Empower type of system, whatever data I created, it does not capture local PC time. It has to be server time. And to maintain then what I need to do, I need to have a governance procedures. It's just putting that is not a practice. I need to have procedure. And whether the procedures are and controls are working properly, where I do that thing, I do in a CSV or in validation. So validation used that way. When you talk about validation or computer system validation, it is nothing like additional set of document you need to create. You have to make sure if you're putting controls into the system as per the expectation in data integrity, if the controls are working properly, and I am now creating evidence, right? Evidence that the controls are working properly, those need to be covered as a part of my computer system validation. The practices or documentation or whatever records we create should demonstrate that my system is working as intended and controls are in place. And the CSV documentation set, or I say computer system validation set, should demonstrate that thing without any doubt. So this is all put as a part of CSV expectation. These are certain policies, when you want to do that. There are always about authorizations, access control, password management, retention policy, all these things. There are some attributes. I've given some as an example. When you talk about validation, all these things need to be, there are two things. Control, right, and tested. So to control, what I need, I want three attempts or 5 attempts. My password should be 8 character, 10 character, alphanumeric. So this is governed by my procedures or policies. And whether it's been implemented or not is checked by validation, right? So nothing is standalone. Remember this thing, nothing is standalone. We need to first decide. Now, why I'm telling this, when you go more and more into computerization or sophisticated software, we will have a lot of vendors will tell us, my system is providing part 11 controls. This is a very common sentence which is being used in industry for vendor who provide. But those are just features. We have to make sure what is our expectation. And where do we capture? We capture those in user requirement specification. What I want into software. I want a software. I don't want software only a password, right? I want a software to have an alphanumeric password with a complexity minimum 8 characters, right? So this is my URS. You understand? This is my URS. Many vendors, like, if you go to manufacturing system, they say, I'm giving you audit trail. What does that mean by audit trail? Login, logout, right? Login, logout. Now, login, logout is not an audit trail, right? It is nothing. It's just, events. They are capturing events. What is audit trail? If I create a record, if I create a method into laboratory or a recipe into production machine, this is my record, which is a critical record because if it change, it impacts my output, right? If a recipe change, it impacts my quality. If a method change, it impacts my analysis. Both are given not as analysis generally, higher level, and they are locked. So these are records, right? Now I need to make sure if that record is changed, what is that change? The software should capture. And that is nothing but the audit trail, right? It does not only should capture login, logout. That means nothing. Having a software, an audit trail is about change, not going from one place to another place. Otherwise, many times a vendor will say, it will capture all our events. How I'm going to view all the events? As you go into more and more sophisticated software, you go into, suppose, ERP type of system. Every day, it will be creating thousands of line of events. Nobody can check it. Nobody. No, that is not the expectation when you talk about traceability or attributability or audit trail. You identify which are the changes which are impacting quality, either my product quality or process quality. And then if any changes happen, we need to know who has done that change, when it has been changed, and what has been the change, right? So all this need to be captured as a part of audit trail. Now, if I write in my URS, system should have audit trail facility. Does it serve my purpose now? No, right? I should write what type of changes I want to audit trail, what type of event I want to capture, right? What data should be there. Then my URS become more reliable as per my expectation, or as reliable for data integrity controls. Right? Having a system, we say a system should have access control, authorization, audit trail. Okay, this is your wish list. But does it define your expectation to process? No. Right? So what you have to be then that's where I came to say knowledge of your process comes into picture. Right? Once again, process is yours. Any software is not going to know about your process. You say, these are the places where I want changes to be logged. Or I want the report. Right? I want the report only when this type of changes happen, and in this report, I want A, B, C, D. Who has done, when it has been done, what has been changed, what was the original value, what is the new value. So I want to check it, I can check that. And sometimes, as Ines says, we are putting reason, right? There is a comment field. So we put the comment. So I can track it down whether the comments are correct or not. It will give me rational. And accordingly, if I'm a decision maker or I'm a signatory, signing, approving, I'll sign that. Okay, this is sufficient, right? This is agreed upon. So this is where all these type of, practices we have to put into our URS. Now, it cannot change from system to system. As a company, I have a policy. So my policy is applicable throughout the company, right? I cannot have a different policy for one software, another policy for another software. One software I can accept 4-character password only, ID only. Another I say 10, right? It is inconsistency. You cannot manage that thing, right? So we have to make sure there is a common practices which should be governed. As I said, authorization, I think we were in a laboratory. We are familiar with. We generally know there are roles, analyst, supervisor, the reviewer, approver, administrator, and everyone has a different privileges, right? So we write down what one can do, one cannot do. Though I have seen software having 3, 4, 5 page of roles and privilege matrices, fundamentally the same thing. Who can create data, who can edit data, who can review, who can approve, who can delete. Irrespective of any software, these are the base functions. Now when I say this, what is this? Create, edit, review, approve, delete. It's nothing but the data life cycle, right? It's a data life. Data has been created, data has been edited or changed, data has been reviewed, approved. Before delete data, there is another line, we can say storage. And maybe after retention period, we talk about deletion or removal. Or sometimes we keep the data lifelong. So all these have to be captured, understood from the part of my processes. And this is nothing but my data life cycle. And this is what generally once again, when you look at the different section into Schedule M, this is expectation. Whichever time they have written in a different section, 1 or 2 or 3, fundamental expectation remain the same. When you say data life cycle management, yeah. So this is nothing but the data governance is EDM. And when I talk about validation or CSV, I'm not going to use the word because there are a number of words we talk about: installation qualification, operation qualification, performance qualification, right? These are normal words. I think everyone is aware of those words, right? IQ, OQ, PQ, right? Very familiar. Expectation is put that as a part of validation process. If an equipment you are doing IQ, OQ, PQ, during that process only check those things, right? Either it could be my production equipment, either it could be my laboratory equipment. There is no separate expectation. You recreate those things just because the rule is there. And rule, there is a clear line which is written, right? For a legacy system or legacy system, you can check the adequacies of existing document, right? And based on that, you can determine if anything else needs to be created, right? So most of the time what happens, we may not have this type of, verification built in. So currently, expectation, you do your gap assessment, adequacy point to the regulation, and then see whether I need to create another IQ. Now that is okay, because system has been installed along with the equipment. There is no new installation qualification required. Operation qualification, nothing but the functionality testing. Yes, I have done it. But what I have not done, maybe I have not tested this thing. Maybe I have not checked password control. Maybe I have not checked authorization control. So that I'm checking is the additional document. PQ, anyway, software does not require performance qualification. 99% time is a part of my equipment. And process is only validated. That is, equipment is also validated. Software is inherent part of my process. The software is always qualified, right? Software is one part. In a machine, we are not verifying or not validating motor or meters. We are verifying machine as a whole, right? When we talk about PLC or we talk about software, it is also part of my equipment. So generally, it is not required to have separate PQ unless it's a software like ERP or LIMS, right? Which are high-end software run end-to-end processes because it itself is integrated in the process that way. Okay. So this is where we have to see. Now there are slides. There are slides here which talk about various CSV, right? The fundamental thing which Mudda sir also talk about, you have a PQS, right? This is not outside of it. Do not treat this as outside it. In your overall pharmaceutical quality system, build computer system validation as a framework inside it all. It's not outside, right? It is a subset. So if my QMS or PM is there, I have additionally talk about validation policy. In that, as a subset, I say, if a computer system, I will additionally do ABC. It is nothing separate. I am going to create the same type of documents, the same terminology I'm going to use, but this is an additional tool which you are using, right? So it's an additional tool you're using. It has to become as a part of things. All fundamental. See, continuous improvement. There are also practices which talk about those things, and we need to just adhere with it. Okay. So, okay. These are various stages. Now, the way you look at all the documentation like planning and plan, user requirement, functional specification, design, IQ, OK. I put the term as a definition, nothing changed. We know the terms. We wanted to make sure when I need to capture information related to the software in my IQ, OQ, and where I need to create an additional document, right? Not whenever you buy a new equipment or new system with the new equipment, the software, you need not create a separate IQ, OQ, PQ for software. Please remember that thing, right? Because this is one fundamental mistake I've seen people do when they, try these new practices. They believe I have equipment IQ, OQ, PQ. Now I have to create software IQ, OQ, PQ. No, when it's a part of equipment, it's integral. Additional tests you may need to do. Additional tests you may need to do. It can be done additionally as an addendum to equipment operation qualification, and you can combine the results as a part of my PQ or summary report. This is okay. This is also one important time I want to talk about. Just give me 4-5 minutes. Okay, I have 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Because we are going to today also and tomorrow also we are going to depend more and more onto vendor, because as a process you are process experts. You are not necessarily technology expert. You are not software expert. So you have to depend. You depend on the vendor when he says that, okay, if you buy my software, data is under control, right? So it is important to have a proper vendor audit, right? To understand whether vendor is capable to provide all this information, right? Now vendor audit or vendor assessment, not a different concept. We know those things. But when we apply to software system, we generally do not do that rigorously, right? We just say, okay, इसको मालूम है ना कब से दे रहा है 10 साल से तो सब बराबर ही होगा ना, that is the general expectation. But we do also have to look at my two things. One, how they are claiming the controls are in place, and secondly, are they providing me any documents like internal testing document, IQ, OQ, PQ, which I can utilize and not do my function, not do additional documentation. You understand? Otherwise, currently, if you read the rule, you'll say, okay, now I have to create a list of the software system. I have to do IQ, OQ, PQ, all this what is written, right? URS, not necessary. Not necessary. Existing system, I repeat, you check the adequacy of the available document and they see what is missing from the expectation. Only if that only you create. For new system, anyway, most of the things are coming along, we know the software or vendor documentation and something you are creating in-house, right? So be very comfortable or cautious about creating second set of document. Parallel, do not create parallel governance, right? Parallel system is not required, not expected. Expectation is you show your confidence in whatever documents are there, that compliance is covered, data integrity is covered. Not necessary, IQQP is not necessary say that. You can have a common document which takes care of all the expectation, that is sufficient. Chain control, okay. And this, as I think Dr. Rao also said, Mr. Joshi also said, disaster recovery management. When you talk about backup and everything, a lot of technologies are available. Backup, restore, cloud, we talk about cloud, we back up into cloud. All these facilities, technology available, which was not available just 5 to 10 years back. To make sure, once again, it is not necessary regulatory expectation. It is for storing our important data, right? Making sure our data is available. Data is gold. So we have to make sure my data is lost, my operation lost, what practices I have in place, which make sure at that given moment of time, I can recreate the information, I can rerun the operation without any interruption. Okay? And training, of course. Broadly, anytime as a company, you must have a list which talk about which are the system which I say GXP is a term or computerized system, whether they are validated not equipment from data integrity point of view also, whether adequacy, that I say, only having IQQ, PQ equipment may not suffice. Sometimes you have to check, you have to see whether it is covered data integrity expression. So adequately covering software control expectation, and you are able to demonstrate that thing. If that happens, I don't have to worry about not only audit, but my process control, right? Because if you are running a process, it is very difficult to trace or track why the problem has occurred or why error has occurred. Yeah, these are typically you will be able to find internals. Okay. Slide. Fine. Okay. So, point is, idea is there would be a lot of line items in the Schedule M. We talk about number of sections again and again. Computer system control, authorization, storage, data integrity, computer system validation, IQ, OQ. Again and again, you will come into various chapters. Expression remains the same, irrespective of chapter in Schedule M, irrespective of chapter in US FDA 211 and Part 11, irrespective of GMP chapter in EU or Annex 11, right? It is a different, same thing, same expression, written differently, right? So do you know how to create a separate set of documentation and practices to comply with Schedule M, comply with US FDA, comply with Annex? No, please. You believe in your practices. As Mudasa say, your pharmaceutical quality system talk about what? And you take care of this expression part of your quality system, right? And you just validate IQ, OQ, PQ. That will suffice everything. You have a procedure for data overall retention. And retention, you say, paper data I am retaining this way, electronic data I am retaining this way. Sufficient. You don't have to create a separate set of, processes, right? You can integrate them. Okay? It's a big subject, frankly, I know. Many times it does not, 2 days, 3 days also does not suffice because there are a lot of, connotation in individual terminology. But it is not as troublesome or as, fearsome as it looks like, right? Because we are tuned to computer system, we are using day in, day out, everything. So this is also the same thing. We are doing certain expected practices, testing, validation, IQQ, PQ, right? So nothing about it that is, something new. Only thing we have to make sure in a computer system also, we are taking care of it. And as a number of dignitaries suggested, IDMA body is there. So experts of certain, experienced profession like us would be there, would be able to suggest or guide wherever there are problems are there, right? Some interpretation issues are there, and the best practice what can be done. So that's what I want to convey today on this platform, and I'm thankful to everyone with the dignitaries and organization, and mainly to the audience. I see only 2 or 3% people were sleeping, so that is okay, right? So it's a good, my Six Sigma is there, right? So thank you everyone, you have been good audience, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chaturvedi, for this excellent presentation. It's quite a extensive thing which is covering GXP, CSV and all the modern validation areas which are not usually the part of a brick and mortar pharma company, but data nowadays is like gold. So it's a matter of thought, food for thought. So we will be passing on to our next session. Could we have the lights on here, please? May I invite our experts who have been our speakers to please come onto the dais and take your seats for the Q&A session. The Q&A session will be moderated by Mr. S.M. Mudda, and our speakers are requested to please come onto the dais and be a part of the Q&A. Everybody who is... yes, sir? Anybody having any questions, please pass on the written questions to Mr. Ardhendu Banerjee and Mr. Ajoy. Ajoy D, na? Ajoy Chaudhary. Sorry, I forget the last names. সব দেখা গেছে ঠিক আছে, আর যদি করো থাকে নিয়ে এসো। সবাই লিখে দয়া করে কোয়েশ্চেন আনসারের যে কোয়েশ্চেন্সগুলো আছে লিখে একটু মিস্টার অর্ধেন্দু ব্যানার্জি আর মিস্টার অজয় চৌধুরীর হাতে দিয়ে দেবেন, হাত তুলবেন, ওনারা নিয়ে যাবেন এসে।
So, very good afternoon. No response at all, so I think, yes, yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, yes, yes. Numb with knowledge. Overwhelmed, yes. Anyway, so we have a lot of questions here and some important ones in the interest of time we will take. And true to the topic, like, it was a good practice in quality control, so majority of the questions are from that area. So I'll begin with Dr. B.M. Rao. So, yeah. Yes, please.
So there is a question from Mr. Devaditya Basu. Yes. His reference standard is not available, IPRS. Then what process test documentation to standardize raw material as a RS in-house? So in the revised schedule, it has clearly given that it is not mandatory that you have to purchase only IPCRS. You can also qualify your internal standard, reference standard. You can take a raw material and qualify it as a reference standard, but your qualification process should be robust. It should be properly documented. Okay, the potency should be properly evaluated, because there are two types of qualification of standards, that, right? One is, if you have a IP reference standard, okay, you cannot buy again and again, you can buy one time. You take a best batch of the API, you try to qualify your API lot, like maybe you can take 50 grams or 100 grams, right? You can try to qualify against the IPCRS, that is one time. You do 3 times assay by analyst 1, 3 times assay by analyst 2 as per your procedure, and you will arrive at a potency of the in-house standard. So if you don't have IP standard, then how do you qualify? You take the best quality of the batch, then you do the potency assessment based on the mass balance. Okay? Mic.
So I think we'll first finish, unless it is a supplementary question from you. Are you the one who asked the question?
No, one more thing.
IPRS used to seal by nitrogen. Hello?
Yeah.
IPRS used to seal by nitrogen. Is there any requirement to seal the in-house raw material to make it reference standard?
No, can you speak close to the phone? I'm not able to
Hello?
hear. Yeah.
Is it audible?
Yes.
Yes. The IPRS used to seal by nitrogen. So is there any requirement to seal the in-house material by nitrogen?
No, it is, see, it depends on the type of your compound. For example, if your compound is, it will undergo oxidative degradation, right? So then what people will do is, those type of specific APIs, they will put a nitrogen sealing, okay? Because nitrogen sealing is very critical, because the moment you open, it will get exposed. Okay, it is only depending on the type of nature of the compound. Okay? Yeah. So Nabinandita Dole, I think, I don't know. Yeah. Nabanita, yeah. Same question, no? Working standard is the process of working standard
Yes,
maintenance
sir. Yes,
standardization, right? I hope I answered the question. If you don't have IPRS is not available, you can qualify your in-house standard,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes,
So
sir.
you need to have a proper procedure in place in QC, how you qualify your internal standard, working standard. Like for example, you don't have IPRS at all, right, in the market. Then you have to qualify your working standard. You can select the best batch. You can do by mass balance approach. That is, you do all the analysis like impurities, inorganic impurities, organic impurities, residual solvents, everything. You know mass balance. Potency is 100 minus total impurities minus water minus sulfated ash, like that. You can put everything and then you can arrive at the potency. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Mr.
Doctor, I
Gupta,
think, he wants to add one.
Yeah,
yeah, if I can add, and again, that reminds me, the French queen at the time of the revolution, she said, if you don't have bread, why don't they eat cake? But something similar, there can be case, you don't have an IPRS, but you may have a USPRS or a BPCRS or a EPCRS. Then you can use it officially. It's exceptional, not all the time, but I'm saying. So in fact, Indian Pharmacopoeia, our drug rules, they allow IP, and then some pharmacopoeias are recognized as a BPs and EPC and USP are officially recognized pharmacopoeia. Otherwise, all other what BM Rao said, all those answers, this is additional. You have to do working standard, original, authentic, go to Sigma, it's Dow, there are Indian companies now, so many, all those things. But there is a possibility that if they are available in EP, USP, BP, buy from them.
Thank you, Doctor. So another question, Arjit Sarkar. Sarkar? Arjit, yeah. Every API bags needs to be tested for identification test, right? So, as I mentioned in my presentation, the expectation from Schedule M is, if you have 25 containers, 10 containers, whatever the number, for each and every container, you have to do at least the ID test. For example, you are doing the IR, right? IR test to be done for every container, Because some companies are using also the handheld NIR, those type of technologies. Because without wasting time, because testing by IR, you have to prepare each and every sample, it takes time. So some people are using NIR also, handheld NIR. Okay? Thank you. Shreya Singh. Yeah. How many internal audits are recommended annually? What are the core areas to be inspected? So it is as per your internal audit procedure. So generally it should be at least one annual internal audit. One. I think 2 should be good. Because
2 should be good,
yeah.
generally 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years. And what are the core areas? I think everything like manufacturing, QC, all areas.
All the 6 systems you have to cover, yes.
Okay. And your second question, if in non-sterile formulation finished products, how often should water be tested? Currently, daily tests are being performed. Should we continue with the frequency may be reduced? Mudha, sir?
No, water testing.
Water testing for the non-sterile products. Because they are testing almost every day, water and all, for the non-sterile.
See, water is always, it should be treated as a system, water system, HVAC system, what we say. So the sampling can be different, a daily sampling, that's what you do. Whether it's a sterile, non-sterile, whatever, right? The question is for what?
So for non-sterile formulations.
Can the frequency be
Non-sterile
reduced?
formulations.
Sorry.
Non-sterile.
Yeah. Again, when you install the system, the water validation is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, right? All that.
Correct.
If you have gone through this, based on the results, you can do all seasonal you have done, right? Monsoon, how bad is your water and all that. So for non-sterile formulation, but again, these days, frankly, you have a TOC online So you don't, it's not much about I go there and sampling points are there and taking sample. You have a TOC online, so kind of it's done daily, usually. I would advise you should still continue to do it daily for non-sterile also.
I think our point is initially during qualification we have multiple sampling points. Over a period of time, if I got adequate data to show the system is in state of compliance, then you'll be reducing the frequency and possibly over a period of 15 days you cover all the sampling points or 30 days depending upon your confidence. But then some mandatory daily checks are required. As I said, the written point is there, the online TOC measurement is there. So some basic mandatory checks are required daily. Rest all you can manage based on the risk-based approach and you can reduce the frequency based on the available data.
So as an example, if you have 15 points identified in the whole your plant, you can do 0.1 today, 0.2, 0.3, go on like that.
So no hard and fast anything. Depends on the results. I would change the
Quality is about
frequency.
common sense, which is usually uncommon.
But anyway, the important part of QRM getting introduced in Schedule M is all about this. That you do your risk assessment and demonstrate that there is no risk if you sample every day one and complete within 15 days over a period of time. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So the next question, Manan Vora. Yeah. So regarding your question is regarding the nitrosamine impurities that need to be tested as per US guidelines, pharmacopoeial guidelines. So actually, even IP, general chapter mentioned about the nitrosamine impurities. Okay, IP 22. So basically, you need not directly go for testing. So basically, all the nitrosamine impurities, first you have to do the risk assessment. So if the risk is identified, then only you have to go with there are 3 stages: risk assessment, confirmatory testing, then control strategy. So if you have only risk assessment, for example, you are making a drug product. So you have to do the risk assessment with respect to API, excipients, like process, manufacturing process, water, all the things, Together you have to make a exhaustive risk assessment. From the risk assessment, if you identify risk only, then only you have to go for the testing. Okay? Thank you.
So by the time you see, I think meantime one question, Milind, for you. How quality risk management is the new topic which is introduced in the revised schedule M is agreed. How can this concept be implemented in the quality control laboratory, especially in the instrument section?
As I said, yes, simply to implement it, the workshop and conferences are being held, so that it should be. In a QC, again, same. The principle remains same, risk identification. Then once we identify what are the risks, then how we can mitigate or reduce those risks, develop control strategy, same. So for example, in analytical, what?
Sir, for example, please, will you please give the example with respect to HPLC analysis?
Just take it. Hold your mic near the mouth.
Will you please give the example with respect to HPLC analysis?
Yeah, so you need to identify, say, risk. For example, you would say your column, column is not proper, not giving your efficient analysis, whatever, so many. Or your detector, your lamp, if you are using UV detector, that is going bad after certain usage of hour. So all those risks, once you are identified, that's step 1. Step 2 would be, okay, so I know the going bad column, less efficient column, HETP, all those parameters, system suitability use. Then what is the mitigation? Then the solution. So there are ways. Like we say, after these many hours of working, we will change the lamp. After these many hours or our systems, and that's what for HPLC we do SST, right? SST is doing for everything. Still, if you are getting, in spite of that, early you are getting it or later, whatever, depending upon the risk, we need to find out solution. There is no, Bhagavad Gita or a pharmacopoeia for a QRM.
No, I think I'll just add to that. I think you are slightly mistaken in understanding the application of risk management. It is a concept.
It doesn't apply to a single unit operation. It applies across all the functions, and it is done two ways, proactive and reactive way. Reactive is when something fails, you're investigating, you found the cause, and you want to implement a CAPA. Now, how good that CAPA would be, if you want to be very sure, then you perform a risk assessment. Similarly, proactively, you want to do a change, and would like to see the impact of the change on that system and the other systems, then you perform risk assessment. It's a concept.
It's not a troubleshooting.
Yeah, it's not troubleshooting guide, exactly, that's the point. Yeah. Hope you understand.
Okay, yes.
You go through ICH-Q9, it gives the application of ICH-Q9 in various activities within the pharmaceuticals, and that will give the required guidance to you. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, next question, Saurav Kanti Day. Yeah. So it is mandatory to implement out-of-trend analysis as per revised Schedule M. So the answer is yes. So you have to trend the any out-of-trend results, and you have to do further steps, investigation.
I think
for
I'll
the
just
voting.
pitch in with Chhatrapati. Yes. Yeah. So what is the actual sequence of CSV for any computerized systems? I don't know what the Sushmita Samanta. Yes.
Hello. Yeah. The question is actual sequence of CSV documents, right? Okay. For any equipment also, otherwise also, very first document is always user requirement specification. Second document is generally given by vendor, which could be, they can say functional specification, somebody say functional design specification, somebody say like simple design specification. So that has to be given by vendor, right? As for you, another important aspect is vendor assessment, right? That you should have to understand why you are selecting that vendor. Then naturally third document would be, from software point of view, risk assessment, functional risk assessment, right? I will not talk in the detail about that thing, but in a sequence, it's a function risk assessment. Next would be validation plan. How I'm going to validate this software system. Means.
Yeah, can you slightly reduce the noise in the back? Yeah.
Yeah, means.
The last rows, please.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So means in that document you preside, am I going to use equipment IQ or I'm creating a separate IQ? So validation plan generally becomes an important document, right? Which talk about strategy, which will allow you to reduce unnecessary additional document. And based on that you decide whether you need to create IQ, OQ. That is a standard sequence, right? Installation is the first, operation is the second, then performance. Now software, as I said, there is no separate PQ essentially required. Though Schedule M will write down IQ, OQ, PQ in a general sense, but that is your decision, right? And that you once again answer into validation plan. That is the reason for software, validation plan, though it is not a mandatory, right? It is useful document to have. And as a standard, there is standard summary report, final. Yeah. Okay, what I have tested, what I have not tested, right? So this is a sequence. Okay? Good.
Thanks. There is one from Anupam Sinha Roy, related to Dr. Rao. He's stating a clause 19.3.b. And it says, it is stated that samples of starting materials, packing materials, bulk and finished products must be taken by methods and personnel approved by the QC department. So his question is, can QC department, through its HOD, recommend QA department person who is trained for sampling as per approved SOP for sampling of materials and products? I know, I'm not sure whether the 19.3 clause says that it is the QC manager or QC department that has to certify a person to perform the sampling, and he's telling, can this be delegated to QA? That is the question. Who should do the sampling basically?
Basically, the sampling will be done by QC.
QC, that's
yeah.
Sir, can QA take the sample if a person is trained and do as per the SOP?
So if that is if that you are going to do, then it has to be written properly in the document.
Yes.
And
it should be
documented.
It should be documented that QA is taking the sample.
The person who is going to sample should be trained from QA.
Yes.
And as a part of his job description, training also, it should be there.
Yes,
that's it. I mean, whatever name you label finally has to work under the control of QC manager with a defined job description and appropriate training.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Jyotirmayi Santra. Yeah. Stability measurement for process instruments, change facility modification. Basically, I understand this question. If there is a change in the facility, the existing product is to be manufactured in the modified facility, whether the stability requirement is there, right?
Yeah.
So even if you change you're taking your product to the new manufacturing facility, okay?
Yeah.
Then you have to put at least one batch on the stability, the first batch. Long term.
For long term?
Long term, yes.
For long term.
Yeah.
No requirement of accelerated?
Sorry?
Accelerated stability?
Accelerated, that is depend on your policy, but long term is mandatory.
Long term?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I think one question supplementary to what we answered already.
Yes, sir.
Whether ID test has to be performed on each container, even in the case of inactive materials. You answered for actives. There is a question for inactives.
So technically, it is suggested to even, it is impossible because for example, excipients, right? Excipients, you get 100 containers. It is very difficult to do the testing, So, for each and every excipient container. So, those cases, how robust your vendor quality management is there, system. So that you have a confidence on the vendors. That is, there is no, problem with, in the individual containers. So, it depends on your degree of confidence on the vendor, basically.
Yeah. So a fresh question came, and it is not assigned to anyone, so I'm taking it. Can we assess shelf life of product on the basis of accelerated study by extrapolation? This is, we must learn from US colleague. So the question is, can we assess shelf life of product on the basis of accelerated study by extrapolation? Answer is yes. I'll explain now, maybe I'll elaborate. It is, isn't it? Just now that's what's spoken.
No, actually, sorry sir, this accelerated, only on the accelerated stability you cannot extrapolate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it is based on the real-time study only.
Both. So usually ICH talks about three conditions, isn't it? There is accelerated, intermediate and long term. So, but extrapolation is based on the, obviously we are not going to wait for, usually typically ANDA, 6 months, 40-75. For a solid oral dosage form, you get 24 months of a shelf life. And then you apply for that shelf life, and FDA or whichever regulatory authority grants that shelf life. So that's what it happens. So after 6 months of a stability data, satisfactory, at accelerated condition, you have to apply for that. And there is a concomitant stability ongoing and a commitment to perform that stability.
Yeah, one more for Mr. Jaydeep. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So, what are appropriate documentations for retrospective validation of computerized system? I think one of the clauses, 20.3, states that a retrospective validation could be conducted if appropriate documentation is available.
Correct. So once again, when you say retrospective validation, what we need to do first is a gap assessment. As I discussed during the presentation, we look at what our current documentation status is, IQ, OQ, PQ, whether it controls, because the new expression are what? Data in the control should be in the place. Otherwise, everything was as it is, right? There is the equipment validation document, everything will be getting earlier. So when you look at the existing system, we must do first gap assessment, which you check whether user ID was unique, whether password controls were in place, whether software was generating audit or not. Based on that, we check the adequacy of system. If system is not adequately handling that, we have to upgrade the features and then create the testing document, right? Not necessary, because software is or system is already installed. The only thing missing would be data integrity test, right? Who was the person? So that is the only thing we have to check about. Okay? So retrospectively, do not need to create once again 10 documents which is written there. You create a gap assessment and identify which existing IQ or OQ or PQ needs to be augmented. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so please go ahead. Yeah.
So, Nabnita, on the question is, for all stability products, it is mandatory to perform microbiology testing. So it depends on the, how you do the evaluation. For example, if you are in the final processing, if you are using water, so there is a, most probability of the microbial growth over a long time, over a period of time. So those cases only microbiology testing is required. But normally in all cases it is not required, depending on the case to case. Dr. Surendra Darbar. A stability chamber breakdown was undoubtedly discovered during the ongoing stability. After consulting with maintenance department, it would take at least 1 month to fix. How can we entire study to be carried out? So for the stability chambers, if there is an issue, I think it is important, it is recommended, to have the backup chamber all the time. One backup chamber should be there, which is qualified in different conditions. For example, if you have a failure in 2560 condition in one chamber, actually within certain time, like mostly if it is more than 24 hours, people will shift the samples to the another stability chamber.
So additional 2 backup chamber is required?
Yes, very much required. You have to have the backup chamber which is qualified with different conditions. It could be 2560, 3075, like that. Huh? Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Milling, please. Yeah.
Okay. So this is Mr. Chakravarti. Minimum how many batches are required in a given year to compile annual product review, APR? If a particular product is manufactured only 2 batches in a year, APR is required for this 2 batches also. So again, if you are in a lighter way, but from a technical department, we always, if the product is being manufactured just 2 batches in a year, we must communicate to marketing department that either you have to improve your performance or stop this product. Just 2 batches in the entire year. That's another way. But yes, usually, we have internal norms when we do everything that at least 10 batches are there, then we compile it. But then again, someone said, there is no hard and fast rule. These are all statistical number. There come 3 batches. Validation, we do it for 3 batches. It's based on a 6 sigma, on a statistics, how we do it. That if minus 3 sigma plus 3 sigma, so that's a 6 sigma, controls the 99.95% of the population. And that if you control it, we have to do in analytical validation. That's why we take AMV, 6 injections, replicate, and all those things. So similarly here, say if we decide 10 batches an year should be annual product review, but it should not be used to reduce our work. Only 8 batches are manufactured, 9 batches are manufactured, so no more APR. Again, next year, perhaps there will not be 10 batches, so no. So my answer is, APR is a tool for benefit of manufacturers, for us. We want to do trend analysis, product quality review, which will help us how product is behaving, for all that. So, as I said, there is no fixed number, but depending upon history, product history, the risk, whether it's a hormonal product, it's a whatever, very sensitive product, then maybe even after 2 batches also you should review those batches.
I think the question is based on one more thing. I'll add 1 or 2 things here. You require some minimum number of batches to statistically evaluate the significant value. So 2 may not give the statistically significant interpretation for, say, process capability. So in such cases, some regulators have suggested that you take the previous year's batches, put together, and then recalculate your statistical analysis. So it depends. That's what he said. Yeah.
I have one more. So I have one more. In fact, it's me and Dr. B.M. Rao. So the second, this seems to be a very popular question. Huh? If any RS is not available in IPC, so I would request now IDMA, West Bengal. It seems to be really some problem perhaps being faced by manufacturers over here. So you have answered it already twice, and this is the 3rd time. But then I have a question. During risk assessment, what is the RPN number criteria for high risk, medium risk, low risk? Right? So I think I skipped those slides, if you remember. Those were in my presentation. So you can refer that slides, and if you can't get still, please contact me.
No, I'll quickly add on that. There are 2 ways. One is qualitative and one is quantitative.
I did mention that.
Yeah, qualitative is the low, medium, and high risk. And it's a factor, it's a table given in the presentation. And quantitative is normally on a scale of 1 to 5, if you have 3 parameters to be checked. So for 125, 20 is considered, there is no guidance available or rule available, but 20 is considered as an acceptable RPN. If you are measuring your risk on the scale of 1 to 5.
Who
Does that
asked
answer?
the question?
Yeah,
I don't
who was?
know. Mr. Paswan. Oh, he left.
Yeah, we'll pass it on to him. Okay. There is a question for regulator, sir. Arup Chatterjee, sir, for you a question. So somebody can pass on a mic to him. To sir, yeah.
Which is the minimum basic qualification for quality control chemist or analyst, where SFDA, CDAC mention BPharm only manufacturing and quality assurance, and BSc in accepted only for analyst in online portal. SFDA portal, I think, is there any qualification mentioned? Online ONDLS portal. Who has asked this? Gaurav Sarkar. Is there any minimum qualification?
Qualification is there mentioned, sir. When we are fill the online portal,
yes.
As I am a working QC department as a manager,
okay.
The qualification required only BSc. BPharm is allowing only production and QA.
Minimum is there is BSc only.
Minimum is, sir. Qualification required BSc only. BPharm are not showing in QC department.
If you select BPharm, you are not being allowed.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that may be a flaw in the portal. So you write a mail to that to us or CDAC also. We'll see. And mock recall is mandatory for or optional for revised schedule M. Mock recall, yes, it is mandatory. You should provide do a mock recall, because that will ensure that whenever a problem occurs with a faulty batch in the market, your product will get effectively recalled from the market. In vendor qualification, supplier or manufacturer, which one is mandatory? As auditee, and most of the case we found that the supplier are directly connected. For vendor qualification, you had a session. Vendor qualification. Last question.
Yes, I think the question is lengthy, but I will summarize. I think the person is Gaurav Sarkar.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I think you want to know who should be audited, whether the manufacturer or supplier, or both. Is that your question?
No, sir. My question is that in time of audit, we have to show our vendor qualification document. So that time, what document we should have shown to the auditor? That supplier document or manufacturer document?
No, not able to understand your question, please.
During audit in our lab, they asked the vendor qualification certificates or documents. So that time we are providing that only supplier document, supplier qualification, not manufacturer.
Supplier and manufacturer. Same thing. No, both have to be.
Both are different.
Both have to be qualified. Both have to be qualified. If you buy directly from supplier, you have to qualify the supplier. But if you buy from the manufacturer, you have to qualify the manufacturer.
No, and it's other way. If I get you correctly, there is a manufacturer, then there is a supplier, and he supplies to you.
Yes, sir.
You
yes,
have
sir.
done. No, but so if you have done only supplier qualification, or maybe you have qualified both, you want to know whether only supplier qualification documents can be shown. So perhaps it's other way. At the most, you may exempt supplier, but the actual manufacturer has to be qualified.
Yeah, I'll just quickly finish. Soumya Jyoti Ghosh. So this is also regarding the no impurity standards are available for certain raw materials in pharmacopoeia. how to approve the material. So same procedure, you can take the best quality, best lot of the raw material, and you can qualify it as a in-house standard.
Hello.
By applying the mass balance approach.
Pardon, please, sir.
If you want to qualify a raw material as a reference, as a standard, right, in-house standard, you take the best lot of the raw material.
No, sir. Then without performing the impurities, related substances.
You have to perform all the tests.
But the impurities are not available in the market. I mean, in the.
So impurities, for impurities, your R&D will submit the impurity to you, and you do the purity of the impurity. Again, you do the LOD, you do the sulfated ash. Again, same mass balance for the impurity. So even for the impurity, at least minimum potency required is 90%. Okay? Weight by weight. You have to qualify impurity like other standard also.
Okay.
Kanti Kanna. How do you manage QC laboratory materials like reagents, media, etc.? QC inventory system by automation. So there are a lot of softwares are available. You can go with if your company is willing to buy the software, you can manage. Otherwise, you have to manage manually. Excel sheet, Then how do you validate rapid microbiology testing for external preparations? So if you see my presentation, for the rapid microbiology methods, you have to do the verification because you have the manual method, you have the rapid testing method. You have to prove the equivalency, by doing the verification. Is the retained sample required if you can get the control sample? So you can say as control samples or retention samples. So general terminology people use is retention samples. So retained samples are same like control samples in the QC.
Sir,
yes.
Actually, sir, I'm asking in the first question answer, you have just told that for that you have to use the software. Which type of software we have to use?
I do not remember the names, but I can provide you. There are certain softwares are available. You can manage, For example, a long time back in Dr. Reddy's, they used to have SAP only to manage everything. SAP also provided a tool to manage for example, inventories, right?
Yes.
How much inventory is there? Your reagent is getting adjusted. You will get automatic pop-up, So SAP is also gives that type of things, but there are several other softwares.
Okay, sir.
It's not big science, rocket science. It will only give the alert, Okay. Nabnita from Mendin. So for all stability products, it's mandatory to disperse microbiology. Already we have discussed this one. Okay, sorry. And Suman Chatterjee. So I did not understand your question. It is possible or justified to include dissolution testing during IPQC testing for compressed tablets, excluding MR tablets. What is your question exactly? What do you want to ask?
Actually, sir, during IPQC testing, for compressed tablets, we only do the, I am in production tablet manufacturing. So hardness DT, friability DT, and weight, thickness. But is it possible to include dissolution testing for compressed plain tablets? Or justified? I don't know actually.
It is not advisable to monitor in-process dissolution profiles for modified release tablet.
Okay.
Because there is a tendency then go and adjust the machine parameters, which is not allowed because the modified release tablet has to be produced by the validated method.
Okay.
So it has to pass once the batch is made and samples are drawn. I have not known anybody performing this, and if they did that, then they have adjusted the parameters, which has been, in fact, in one global case, the product was recalled and company was cited for this. So they used to online modify the manufacturing process and parameters by checking the profile. I think that is not allowed.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
And actually, sir, for a tablet, it is not mandatory that if
Yes.
Actually, sir, if a tablet disintegrates, it does not necessarily always indicate that it should pass the dissolution. So this is the reason.
Yeah, correct. What you say is, but in fact, I'll tell you, it's my very favorite topic. There is a regulatory affairs WhatsApp group, some 700 members, and I keep on saying on that. See, it's related to dissolution. That's why I'm saying you have what? L1, L2, L3. What is the typical batch size of a tablets? At least 1 lakh tablet we make it, 1 to 5 lakh tablets. What is the sample size we do for dissolution take for? 12 tablets?
12 tablets, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then it should pass at L1. And then people fight L2, L3. My contention is in a batch size of 2 lakh tablet, 5 lakh tablets, if 12 tablets do not pass comfortably at a first go, what confidence we will have for remaining 4,99,988 tablets out of 5? So the product as per QBD, quality by design, it has to be designed that way that L1 has to be passed. Fine. As an analytical chemist, I know L2, L3, that's given. It should be used as a lifeline. These questions, otherwise, whether in process mein karu kya, finish mein karu kya, everywhere it should pass like this.
Yes.
So the question should not arise.
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Is microbiology testing required annually or after the shelf life is over in case of stability study of steroids, specifically for API?
Steroid, I don't think there is a separate requirement for
Same,
yeah, so it's an any API. So you can do it at the beginning of at the 0 time station point and after end of the shelf life.
Yeah. This is Sunanda Majumdar. Sorry, Sunanda, okay. The question is, you have multiple question in one question. Is there any change control required to change in established computer A or online system? Both answer generally yes. Yeah, you have to evaluate the change. Either it's on-premise or online, right? It is required because you have to decide whether it is going to impact your validation or control, right? So you have to check this out, and based on that, you have to do additional activity, right? Now, second question is, what should be checkpoint to be checked during self-inspection in computer system electronic data by QA? Ideally speaking, there is a sort of predict review process we talk about, if we talk about annually. And electronic data, to check anything in electronic data, first you need to have established procedure, right? Security procedure, backup procedure, auditory review procedure, right? And during annual review, right, or predict review, you have to verify compliance against that. Like during the last year, any security breaches has happened, or any users have added, user have been changed, roles have been changed, authorization has been changed, right? And all this happened under control manner, like you have an evidences or forms or approval available to demonstrate that or no. Anything in a software, suppose in a software system, any unused IDs are still available for the people who have already lost, authorization is still active, right? All these things you have to check. Any password compromises or authorization compromises, so you have to create a checklist about the various points we mentioned about and to verify. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You are able to hear me properly, right? Okay, so this need to be created. In addition to that, backup, if you are taking a backup, you need to verify if you have taken monthly or daily backup. So during the year, whether any backup is failed, right? If a backup is failed, then have you taken in a proper measures to make sure that backup is again available? So all the steps, whatever established practices you have done for the computer or electronic data management, the compliance or adherence to it has to be checked. So that we created a checklist, you have to have that. And it has to be also governed by procedure. It cannot be just, based on perception. Right? Yep, thank you.
So I think that's all for the...
If I can add up for change control.
Yes, please.
Simple. Again, there is a tendency these days to do change control for anything and everything. And then jaan chut gayi. And there are for small silly things also change controls are raised and hundreds of change controls are being circulated within the company for change authorization. In fact, so one word is changes are discouraged. If your process product is validated enough, it need not go through these many change life cycle, during changes. Just keep it that in mind.
I think that's all. Thank you all very much. You have been a great audience, and the number of questions that came. Okay, last one is it? Yes.
Sometimes we are getting supplies of API. Hello.
Yes.
API from, say, manufacturer is in China. Supplier is in, say, in India. For example, vitamin B12. In that case, how do you perform the vendor audit?
Go to China.
Yes,
it is. My colleague from QA, lady colleague, she flew to China for one of the API twice, just before COVID also. She's still alive, doing good.
Of course, you have to come back also. He didn't tell that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much. You have been a great audience, and as I was telling, the number of questions which came up, it goes to show that people were very attentive, and it was one of the very useful kind of workshops. And as I said in the morning, if you have any additional questions, you please keep sending it to us through your state board, and we'll be more than happy to answer them. So thank you all very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sirs, for this excellent Q&A and session. I would request the audience to remain seated. Please remain seated. Chata dewa bondo koro. Cha coffee serve kora bondo koro. Please remain seated. The last part of our organization of the program is very important. A vote of thanks has to be given to all the people present here, and our chairman, Chapter West Bengal, Shri Shiv Sagar Tiwari, Bandit Pharma, has prepared all night his speech for the vote of thanks. So requesting Mr. Shiv Sagar Tiwari, please deliver a blistering vote of thanks for everybody to end the program.
So we are almost at the fag end of the program now. So good afternoon, everyone. It's my honor and privilege to deliver the formal vote of thanks on this significant occasion of this workshop. This event has been an enlightening and enriching experience, bringing together the esteemed regulators, industry experts, and professionals to enlighten us about the good practices in quality control as per revised Schedule M. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our guest of honor, Sri Arup Chatterjee, Deputy Drugs Controller India, CDSCO East Zone, who took time from his busy schedule and shared his insights. He has been very instrumental and guiding force to organize this program. I also extend my sincere thanks to Sri Rathindranath Roy, Deputy Director, Directorate of Drugs Control, West Bengal, for his kind presence and sharing his thoughts with us. My sincere thanks and gratitude to all our respected speakers of the program, Sri S.M. Buddha, Sri Milind Joshi, Dr. B.M. Rao, and Sri Jaideep Chhatrapati for their excellent and elaborate presentations on various aspects of quality control management under revised Schedule M. This must have helped a lot to our participants in understanding the gamut of the subjects. Thank you, sirs. I also extend my thanks to Sri D.N. Roy Chaudhary, past National President, IDMA, for the guidance and extensive support in organizing this event. My sincere thanks to Sri Dara Patel, Secretary General, IDMA, Mumbai, for his supports and presence here. Thanks to our regulatory officers from CDSCO East Zone, Directorate of Drugs Control, West Bengal, for their kind presence. I also extend my sincere thanks to Sri Siddharth Pal and Sri P.B. Chakravarti, my colleagues from IDMA West Bengal, for their extraordinary efforts and contribution in organizing today's workshop. My heartfelt thanks to all the participants for their active participations and presence. Finally, my thanks to Mr. Ardindu Banerjee, and team from Mendine, Paulson, and Stassenberg for their support in making this program successful, and thanks to the club management as well for their cooperation. Thanks once again, everyone. Thank you very much.
Hello. So with that, we come to the end of our session. Please have some tea and coffee before leaving. I am sorry if I have been offending anybody by asking to be a bit meeting the rules of the day. And very thankful to everybody, such a large gathering. Please start the tea and coffee. এই চা দিতে আরম্ভ করে দাও বাংলায় বলেই বুঝতে পারবে না অনেক সময় প্লিজ